9-6-1 here. Game number 1. Who's Maggie playing over there?
Shane Sims and Sydney. I can't remember her last name.
Oh, Cindy Sunday.
Yes.
Game point here for Whitwell and Smith. They're going to take a timeout. And Kenny, are you playing this weekend?
I played yesterday.
Okay.
I flying all over the place for work right now, so a little bit of practice that I get, aka 2 times in the last 6 months, doesn't seem too conducive to playing tournaments.
Yeah, it's tough, right? You don't get to play a lot. It's really tough. But you and Maggie have been doing a lot of good things, though. Still, even though you're not playing a lot, you guys are doing a lot of really good things with Wilson Pickleball. We love seeing all that stuff. How is that relationship that you guys have with Wilson Pickleball?
Yeah, it's actually really good. I was talking to Cy, who I've only met virtually since COVID yesterday, met him in person finally. And there's a lot of good things coming. A lot of the trickle-down effect from tennis technology and the pickleball is right around the corner, and I'm excited to see what some of these new paddles look like.
That's awesome. Yeah, I was a Wilson baseball guy my whole life, and my first ever pickleball paddle was that old green and orange Wilson. That was my first paddle ever. Yes. And so it is nice to see them, delving in and coming up with a lot better paddles now as of recently.
Yeah, they took over production on their own. It's not
outsourced.
Yep, pause for the point. Tough miss there from Rafa.
Yeah, you hate the easy ones.
Yeah, especially when he tried to change it up into a forehand there to get a little more topspin instead of backspin.
Great resets all around, and we've had a bunch of these points this match. Incredible hands there, Kenny.
Yeah, it's amazing, and it's amazing. It's one of those things where I think Pat probably realized that Rafa was cheating a little bit to cover the line, and he caught Sarah a little off guard, a half step behind.
Another easy one there, and those are the killers, the ones that are set up in that point to be nice and easy. You get the hard ones, and then you end up dumping the easy one.
Yeah, it's a tough rally, I think, going lefty to lefty, when it's trying to play as many backhands as possibly can and keep it away from that little roller that I know Lee has.
Nice little pull of the trigger there, and game 1 will go to Smith and Whitwell 11-6. And we're going to stay right here. So, Kenny, what can you tell us from Wilson? Any insights that have come in? I know last time we saw Maggie, she had the new color scheme on the Juice. I think, was it the Juice or the?
Yep. So
she had the new color scheme.
New color scheme on the Juice. There's a new color scheme for actually all of them: the Juice, the Echo, and the XL. It's a camo color. The Juice being the black one that Maggie's been playing with. Echo in the blue, and then the XL, which is that extended length kind of banana looking one.
Yeah.
Into a fiery red. So those are some new paint jobs. They actually have a new surface coming out for the paddles as well. So there's going to be the Juice and the Echo in a carbon face.
Okay.
So a little more pop. I haven't been able to hit with it yet, just because, again, I've been traveling so much.
You got that work thing getting in the way.
Exactly. I got a career, everything else getting in the way. But from as far as I know, the paddles are sitting on our back porch in a box. So if anyone's in Buffalo, please do not go to our house and take that box away from us.
You're flirting with there's a lot. I know a lot of people out there right now that maybe in their car as we speak right now heading over there. So if they're missing, we know it's a pickleball player.
Exactly. But yeah, there's a lot of good stuff coming from Wilson. I mean, you touched on the surge. A lot of those paddles up front before Wilson really stepped it up and got into the pickleball game were outsourced on production. Now production is all in-house in Chicago. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but they're flirting with a little bit of a 3D printing action going on for some paddles and some edge guards.
Nice.
I don't know how far they're going to get into it.
Yeah.
But it's exciting from the paddle front. The shoes are also super exciting as well. They changed up the last on the Chaos shoes, so it's a little more lighter, a little more lightweight, a little bit faster. It's a shoe for someone who's looking for a good match day shoe, not someone who's beating up 40 hours a week coaching, you know. But
yeah. Nice. That's all good stuff from Wilson. Always good to see, those bigger companies jumping in and making an impact.
Yeah, and they're full speed. It's not one of those things where like they're sitting on their heels. They're jumping right in. They're getting as much stuff as they can possibly get done in the innovation lab.
It's tough. The ball's so low, and Sarah's trying to really rip that from such a low position. Love how Sarah went right back to the same spot that Pat came from.
Yeah, and I think it's a testament to the work Sarah's put in this past year. I know that she's gotten a lot fitter, from her own words to Maggie, and the way that she can get low on some of those hard slices is really helping her out.
Right on cue. Oh, and then
that's a good sneak.
Sets Whitwell up for the Ernie. Great read by Lee Whitwell.
Dom, what are your thoughts on these style of players?
I love Sarah. I've always loved Sarah and her game. She's just the reset master. There's not an easy ball that really she misses. She'll keep everything in play. I love how Hewitt kind of compliments her, where he will play that soft game, but he likes to speed up a little more. I think you see the same on the opposite side from Whitwell and Pat Smith. Lee's got such good hands, such good resets. And Pat Smith with those lightning quick hands.
I would agree with you here. It's one of those things you're watching these rallies, and obviously Sarah just had a pretty explosive Ernie there, but her fundamentals are so good. And with Rafa and with Pat, I think there's some extra explosiveness. You just know what you're going to get.
Oh, Pat, explosive right there, right on cue. Puts that ball behind Hewitt for the winner. And again, these points are very long, drawn out. And that is one thing too, though, Kenny, that Sarah has incorporated a little bit more of an aggressive style now. It's with the times that are coming with this game. And you've seen it, you've been involved with it for so long too. You've seen the progression of years ago. It was all reset, third shot drop constantly, don't stop driving the ball. Now you got guys like Pat Smith and Rafa Hewitt who can rip the heck out of the ball, and you have to make adjustments, and Sarah's kind of added that to her game.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that changed when the Waters came onto the scene, I mean, even 2 years ago at Nationals, Sarah playing with Christine. Christine was the more aggressive player, and Sarah was kind of the rock, but wow.
Just misses that almost no-look Ernie. But yeah, you're right. When the Waters came on the scene 3 years ago, they made an impact. And people remember they would come out and they'd be like, oh, they're not playing the right way, quote unquote. Well, not the right way has worked.
Yeah, and players have evolved too. And you just saw Rafa do the little chainsaw style serve rolling off the paddle. Little little score discrepancy here.
Yes. Now too, you see all these two-handed backhands from like everybody. Not only, you used to see it just mainly out of the female players, but now you have a lot of these guys who have that two-handed backhand. You know, notably on court right now, Rafa Hewitt uses two hands on the dink and on that two-handed backhand rip.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said for it too. Coming from tennis, I played a two-handed backhand. That was a good shot right up the middle.
Yeah.
Guard. But I mean, I played a two-handed backhand in tennis, and I still will try and reflex and block with a one-hander, dink with a one-hander. But I mean, what are your thoughts on what's to be said for playing everything off a two-hand? Do you think you can get more aggressive off of it?
Yeah, and I like I've talked to, wait till after this point here, but I've talked to a few players who have a two-handed backhand off the drive, but then have a one-handed dink. And sometimes they're getting predictable, where when they had the two hands on, you knew they were going to rip. When they had the one hand on, you knew they were going to dink. And so you're seeing so many more players dinking two hands now to just disguise it to where you don't know if they're going to flip that or if they're going to dink that.
Yeah. There's the evolution again.
That ball's kicking a little bit for Hewitt.
You know, it's subtle, and I don't know if you've been noticing this too, Dom, but Lee is playing very far over to the line, and she's looks like she's trying to play a lot of forehands, but it's getting them stuck up in the middle there, where Pat is also playing far over to the sideline as well. So I mean, let's see if they'll change it up and give Pat a little more opportunity to attack and actually get back into the point instead of having Lee get picked on so much.
And that's the difference too. When Pat plays with Jay, he plays the right side, and now in mixed he's playing the left side. And so, what do you think? Is that going to kind of mess with you a little bit going day to day?
Again, Pat got pulled out and Lee got left into having to defend. But I do think there's something to be said for messing with you. I think there's a portion of this where Jay and Pat move around the court so much in their own right that they're probably somewhat used to it, but it is a different look, especially getting into mix and knowing, or Pat probably thinking in the back of his head, he's got to get more involved than he typically does.
Yeah, and Lee does love that little jump Ernie. Them being lefty-righty, she likes playing that jump Ernie right there. We saw it a lot on our California trip where she made a good run out in Bobby Riggs, and she Ernied probably a dozen times, I think, in one or two matches. So she's looking for that. But again, you got to get that. Pat's got to get over there and cover that middle, which leaves them susceptible on the backside. But again, then you have Pat's athleticism where he's able to recover there.
And again, they've taken the breaks. I'm sure they're talking about how to get back into it and how to get more involved and just how to move a little bit better so they're not as defensive right now. But we'll see what they do here.
I mean, any ball that's hit right at anybody right now, it's coming back over. The only ones that are not coming back is if you can get it away from someone right now.
Yeah, and then that's the thing with this level that people don't get when they're just watching it, is that everyone's hands are so fast, it doesn't matter if the ball is bad. There's going to be a certain point where they can touch the ball no matter what, and the put away is just going to have to be on another level.
Yeah. And that's exactly what you're talking about right there. You know, Kenny, Pat's got that overhead. I mean, he hits the heck out of that, but it's hit at Sarah. So Sarah's there. She's going to get that.
Chase, that was me. I just took it off.
Just too much Pat Smith right there. Just kept attacking, taking every ball out of the air, and at least getting a little on it, rolling that down. And when you hits that top spin, that block, if you don't get anything on it, it's getting popped up a little bit because of that top spin. It's those easy ones, Kenny. They'll kill you.
Yeah, and honestly, though, I don't even think that dink was that easy. It was deep, pushed Rafa onto his back foot in the middle, and it's, hey, does Sarah take that? Do I take that?
Yeah. There's that confusion in the middle. I mean, Whitwell gets her paddle on that. If it's an inch or two towards the center of her paddle, that ball's probably going over. And Hewitt punished that ball. Five-six here. Ansbury serving to Whitwell here in game 2. Good 1-2 punch there from Pat Smith, going to the backhand side of Hewitt and then back to the middle quickly. That's a bit much, don't you think? You know, Kenny, he came all the way over on a ball. It's bouncing at the tee on the sideline.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about before about him getting more involved and them getting both stuck on the sidelines there, but coming over for that one and trying to drive it. There's a couple of different discussions we have there about shot selection, but at the end of the day, Pat's out there. He's in the midst of it. We're sitting at the table, right?
No, exactly, exactly. There's a reason that I'm behind the mic constantly. And just that ball off the tape a little bit just throws you off because you're expecting hard, and all of a sudden it's just sitting there. And Pat just going over the motion of just top to bottom, get over the top of that ball. So Kenny, you come from tennis, right? And so what do you think of the new kind of aggressiveness of the serve and kind of playing around with that? Because in tennis, the serve is such a big aspect of the game, and in pickleball, it never was. Now it is.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the long and short of it, I think it's good. I mean, you look at, again, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, everyone always was screaming and complaining about Tyson's serve of, is it illegal? Oh my God, it's so good, it's so fast, but is it illegal? And it always got back into the discussion. I mean, now there's people saying it's bending the rules into rolling the ball off the paddle to get more spin on it, but is it? Morgan Evans has been flicking that ball forward, God, as long as I can think of.
Yeah.
putting a funky spin onto it and getting the same effect. Now it's just more repeatable. And all it took was, that was a tough exchange right there.
Yeah.
A little chicken winged.
Yeah.
Yeah, all it took was a rule change. Newer players reading the rules versus just saying, oh, I'm going to follow whatever the ref says and experimenting.
Yeah, and, we saw it in, California when we were out on that trip, on that swing of the tour. Morgan Evans had 28 aces in mixed doubles.
Wow.
I mean, aces, full on. I mean, that's unheard of, over, years ago. That's unheard of over 6 months.
Yeah.
Hearing about 28 aces. He had it in, one draw in mixed doubles. And it's just crazy because you're looking at how he's hitting the ball, and because of how he's spinning it, the way he's hitting it, you can't read it off that. You almost have to watch the spin first.
Yep.
And then kind of read from there, because you had guys guessing right and the ball's just kicking left. And so, it's tough. And there's, in my opinion, my humble opinion, there's nothing illegal about it. He's not manipulating anything. He's just spinning and serving and following all the rules.
Exactly, and I think that's the thing that people have to realize at the end of the day, is that there's nothing funky going on. It's all written. Well, let's see how this shapes out. I mean, first game was 11-6. I mean, right now we were sitting at 8-6 on that timeout. I mean, is it poised for a pull away here to pull it back? Or is it one of those things where Sarah and Rafa are going to get back into the game and take game 2?
Right, and they did exactly what they needed on that timeout. They got the side out, and then they scored quick. And that's tough. That's an all or nothing play from Hewitt. He's going hard. He's going to either put this away, or if it gets blocked back, Sarah unfortunately didn't read fast enough to cover.
Yeah, and you got to think, right? That's not even a poach. That's a challenge. It's, hey, if I hit this, it's going to be a winner, or we're going to lose the point right off.
Yeah.
And that's a risk you got to play at this level, though.
Just like that, our first tie of this game at 8.
Eight, 8-2.
Oh, Hansberry's sitting on that. She read that perfectly. You can read it all you want. You have to execute. The work by Lee Whitwell, all the resets didn't even matter. The biggest thing she did was fake that Ernie.
It's the shuffle. It's the shuffle. It's like you said, there's now a reputation from the last tournament that she's going to do it, and it's, hey, we don't want to get in trouble there.
Yeah. And that was just on the flip side of what Rafa tried to do, the all or nothing. Pat's hitting that. He ends up 4 feet out. If they get that back, he's completely out of position, but just opposite of Rafa, that's a winner there.
Yeah, and you know what the thing there, too, is the placement of that ball. It was right on the midline. Rafa was still trying to recover back in the spot, and Sarah was covering the body shot, and just too good of a spot.
So it takes us to Hewitt and Ansbury taking their second and final timeout of this game. Down 10-8, trying to get that side out to get back in here. Dominic Catalano here with Kenny Chow. We are here at the APP Beer City Open Pro Mixed Doubles Day.
Dom, it's interesting here. I mean, obviously we're down a couple of match points here. There's a lot of pressure. I mean,
yeah.
Rafa's fairly new, Sarah's a veteran. It'd be interesting to hear what's going through each of their heads right now. 2 fakes again.
And when she's faking too, Kenny, I mean, she's stomping, faking, right?
Yeah.
And so she's going for it right there, but unfortunately for Ansbury and Hewitt, to no avail. 11-8 they go down in the second game. 11-6 they go down in game 1. So Smith and Whitwell will move on to the semifinals. Hewitt and Ansbury have some work to do on the bottom half. We're here in Grand Rapids, Michigan at the APP Beer City Open. We'll have our next match coming up on Championship Court. Not sure who it's going to be as of yet, but before we get that next match, we'll take a quick commercial break. When we come back, I will grab the winners and speak with them.
Elders, helpers, and Engage Pickleball love the fun we have and the friends we make playing and teaching this great game of pickleball. We proudly sponsor the 2021 Beer City Open, an APP event in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and welcome all participants and online spectators. At Elders Helpers, we say, live on your own with a helper in your home.
My favorite paddle is the V520. It's more of a control paddle, which is great for my game because I'm certainly known as more of a defensive player, but it's still great for hitting a hard serve and drive the ball well from the transition area and from the kitchen. Go ahead and drive it at me. I'm ready to block it into the kitchen. I can roll it or I can slice it. Either way, I feel like it's gonna go in. With the soft feel of the paddle, I can dink all day. So go ahead and try it out, dink me.
Revlin Sports, where a passion for pickleball, performance on the court, and the preservation of our planet come together. We designed our paddles with a TerraGrit surface texture to maximize spin, ergonomic octagonal grip, and a BioFlex face that is stronger than fiberglass, offering better vibration dampening than carbon fiber. It's a paddle you can be proud of. We created the first ever sustainable high-performance paddle, made 100% in the USA. That's what we're made of. What are you made of?
Back here on Championship Court, I am with Lee Whitwell and Pat Smith after their quarterfinal victory over Sarah Ansbury and Rafa Hewitt. Pat, going into that match, what are you anticipating as far as pace of play against Ansbury and Hewitt?
Well, Rafa loves to speed up, especially in the middle. His forehand is very dangerous. His stride is very good, and if he can get a quick 1-2 punch, it's going to be very tough to defend that, right? Because you're always going to fight an uphill battle. Sarah's usually very, very steady at dinking, so she kind of slows it down. So it's a very tough team with both forehands in the middle, and she can attack as well, and has good hands. And, so we're just trying to be steady and be the ones that be a little bit more aggressive.
And Lee, you're showing in California, a lot of what you did in California is coming out here today, and you caused a few mistakes from Sarah on that kind of Ernie attempt. you're showing it a little more and a little more. Is it something that you're kind of being conscious of right now? And what does it do for Pat when you are doing that, even if you aren't getting the ball? What's it doing for your partner?
I was told I had to be interviewed because I didn't want to get fined. I'm just kidding.
Don't even worry about it.
I'm trying to do it as a pressure move to set Pat up in the middle, because we are playing another lefty-righty combination, which is rare. It's like I'm used to being part of the lefty-righty combo and not seeing one on the other side. But from that Ernie standpoint, yes, I'm going to put a little bit of pressure, hopefully so that ball gets a little bit of a pop-up in the middle that opens up the shot for Pat's forehand, which is beast mode.
It is, and you had a couple of those 1-2 punches that you were talking about on the flip side against you, it almost going backside then middle. Again, as you're talking about him doing that 1-2 punch, it almost looked like you were looking for it as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's no secret that I always try to get my forehand involved, and if that's possible, then it's very hard to defend for them as well because of the pace alone. Yeah, and she did an absolutely amazing job at least even if she didn't Ernie, but showing the Ernie the movement to try and pull the trigger and move the ball back a little bit, maybe a little bit more towards me. Got me involved because it's tough to get involved. The rough are so good at thinking cross court, and Sarah is very steady there as well, and she can go behind me every now and then. So I'm a little hesitant at times with that. So no, I mean we played pretty solid down the stretch there. I mean they went on a bit of a run in both games after us being up both games, and if we couldn't have stopped that bleeding, then it would have been very difficult to change that in each game.
Well, congratulations, guys. On to the semifinals. You get your partner, Jocelyn Duvillier and Andrea Coop. So that's going to be something, we need that over here because that's going to be a lot of back and forth. You can just stand off to the side, Lee, and let them two go at it.
My job is to make Pat look good, so the more I can do that, the better.
It's hard to do that. So we're going to take a break. We'll come back. We got our next match on championship court. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Nice job, brother. Nice job, baby.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again, until you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
Welcome back to Championship Court. Dominic Catalano here with Kenny Chow. We have another good matchup here for us with Lauren Stratman and Dylan Frazier taking on Callie Smith and Steve Deacon. Dylan Frazier, one of the new and upcomers. If you don't know who Dylan Frazier is, just give us about 5 minutes. You're going to learn really quick who Dylan Frazier is, because this is one of our semifinal matches. Winner on to the winner's bracket final. So taking a look at what's happened so far, Stratman and Frazier are 2-0, taking down Coakley and Nunnery 12-10, 11-3, and then taking down Adam Stone and Corinne Carr 11-6, 11-7.
You got it right.
Callie Smith and Steve Deacon taking down Sydney Sonde and Shane Stokes 11-3, pardon me, 11-4, 11-3. And then taking down Michelle Esquivel and Rob Cassidy 11-3, 11-7. So what are you looking out of this match here, Kenny?
Honestly, I think a lot of it is Dylan.
Yeah.
It's a wild card, and the score lines in the previous matches have seemed pretty close. I didn't get to watch them, so I don't know exactly how long the points were and how long both teams were baking in the sun. But I think this one is going to come down to hey, who's the most consistent right off the bat and comes out firing without anything random, but also has enough steam left in the tank to actually go 3 if that's what it comes down to. I mean, Lauren likes to play fast, but at the same time, Steve and Callie are so quick that the points are going to be extended no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. And always good to see Callie make an appearance closer towards the East Coast. She doesn't go east very much, plays a lot of pickleball out from Utah to California, which is Utah her home. But always good to have her out here. She is one of the most exciting female players on tour, not only for skill-wise, but she's a very fiery player. You will know exactly where she is if all you got to do is open your ears.
Yeah, I don't know what my sister-in-law did to bribe her to get out here that far away from home, but it worked, so.
Yes, it did.
There she is, running across court. We have to thank her.
Oh, yeah. Andrea running across the back there, of course, taking those shoes and socks off. I mean, she takes her shoes and socks off, I mean, within seconds of the match ending.
I think it's got to be a UCLA thing. I know that some of the higher-level tennis coaches go to their players and tell them, hey, as soon as you get off the court, take your shoes and socks off, no blisters, make sure your feet are taken care of.
Yeah.
But it could also just be a personal thing. I don't know.
Yeah. And that makes sense, though. You know, you're in those shoes and socks all day. You know, it makes sense to, air yourself out, relax, and especially if you have time, because from what it looks like, they're going to be waiting for this match to end. And I imagine that match will be our next match here on Championship Court. That'll be the Smith and Whitwell taking on Duvillier and Coop. It'll be another good match.
Yeah, it'll be another fast one. And by that, I mean fire exchanges, not speed of play and score lines.
Yeah. Deacon going ATP on his partner, Callie Smith, right there in warm-ups. And looks like Frazier and Stratman are ready to go. And Deacon and Smith finishing up their warm-up.
I had a request by one of the players for something kind of special, and Byron is kind of checking it out to see if he can make it happen. If not, he said 5 minutes. Well, because it's going to take some personnel with you, if you can do it.
What are they trying to do?
But
What are they trying to do?
once again, if it can't happen, it won't
Possible
happen.
lines person request, and we need 3 or 4 or 5 minutes. You want to roll it? You want to roll a commercial?
So we have a little bit of a delay here. We're going to take a
You can't say that until I
break here and just figure out what's going on, but they will get this match started fairly quickly. But there has been a request,
He just
and
needs to stand.
they're about to get to, so we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have this semifinal match.
Gotta be there. Do we need?
There we go.
John Germstead, owner, operator of the Birch Lodge at 732 Michigan Street in Grand Rapids. On behalf of my great staff, come join us.
Pickleball podcasting.
Oh, yeah.
Fun pickleball content. Eddie and Webby on YouTube.
All right, after that short delay, we are back here on Championship Court. Semifinal number 1, Stratman to serve to Smith to start. 2 out of 3 here.
And we're off.
I'm done. 2 and out.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of, I'm predicting, and as soon as I say it, it won't be, but there's going to be a lot of firefights in this game.
Yep, 2 and out.
I think a lot of it will depend on how close to the middle that ball gets. I mean, if they are going to go to Steve, if they can get over his backhand. He plays a one-hander, backspin, slice, dink. You never know what's going to happen.
Do I need to steal a chair from over there?
I think that's the only way this match is going to get slowed down, and is if Stratman and Smith end up getting in that cross-court dink battle for a little bit. Because I think when that ball comes to Deacon and Frazier, they're going to look to kind of make something happen.
Yeah, and I think Lauren is the wild card, though, there, too. That, I mean, I don't think she's afraid to speed it up down the line at Steve off of a forehand. But again, once we get in here, it's going to change. If Steve is on today and his reflexes are there, then it's going to be a scary thought to hit it to him.
I think Frazier thought he had the ATP and then changed his mind to come back. Watching Frazier, when he hits that ball hard, he barely takes a backswing. He has so much wrist.
Yeah, it's a little casual.
That's a great way of putting it, Kenny. It's very casual. He gets so much power from it, too. It's amazing.
Is the scoreboard on here? No, it's on that computer.
There's that attack from Deacon.
Just do this until I get it up on there.
we saw that a little bit recent tournaments from Fraser. Sometimes attacking balls that are that borderline in between that we call like that yellow area.
A little bit out, but yeah, and I think that's, again, where the technique comes from, though, is the tactics drive technique, right? And if that's where he wants to put himself into the kind of randomness and random scenarios, then the technique is perfect. You can't read it. It's quick, it's fast, it's choppy, and you can block with that, too.
Mm-hmm.
Dom, what are your thoughts on this, on Callie playing the last couple of points straight up against Lauren and Stephen Herr not stacking?
Yeah, you beat me to it, Kenny, because I was thinking the same thing. I was going to ask you that. But yeah, it's interesting that they're playing kind of straight up, and they obviously see something in that, because they're almost what you'd call a reverse stack and mix. It's interesting to see, you know, and we'll see what they do here. So they're switching here. So they're taking Deacon off the strong side. So again, like you're saying, like they're seeing something with that matchup with straight across from Stratman and Deacon cross court from her.
Yeah, and you know, it may have something to do with the couple of forehands that Dylan has hit. It's, hey, will we be able to reflex a ball that's straight ahead of us easier on an unpredictable shot versus are we going to have to deal with more trouble cross court?
Right. And then that too right there, when Deacon wants to kind of flip that ball middle and go angle, it's at Lauren instead of at Fraser. They're out to a 5-0 lead here, our Deacon and Smith. Oh, so that ball's going way out. Callie just puts her paddle up and hits an absolute perfect block. Doesn't get any better than that right there.
And then he needs to not come to the center.
Yeah, so if we're talking about tactics here then, Dom, obviously Lauren and Dylan are down pretty substantially here in the first game, calling the timeout. Do you think it would have been better suited to call it earlier, around the 3 mark? That way they can recollect themselves, re-strategize, and get back into it?
Yeah, it's tough, and again, you see it at this level. You see big comebacks, you know, all the time, but you also see teams that are cruising continue to cruise. And so, in my opinion, I like calling it a little earlier, just to stop that momentum from gaining any kind of, all that snowball effect. And right now, I mean, Callie blocked the ball that she should have let go out perfectly on accident. And when you got that going for you, you know, you're not, she didn't miss-hit that, but she didn't mean to dot the line like that on that block. But they got it all going their way right now.
It's a heartbreaker.
Yes, Callie screams, how did I miss that? What a battle, though. Callie basically told Deacon to back up, I got this. Good ATP and read there from Fraser. Callie just got a little too much on that cross court.
Yeah, and it's an interesting battle there from the aspect where we were talking about playing straight up with Lauren and Callie. I mean, I think the backhand dink might be more suited with a Dylan McCallie battle for Callie and Steve's team.
And now on that one, they go back the other way. It almost just seems to be a feel thing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Callie's so strong, you know, both forehand and backhand. And just keep on adding to that lead. 7-0 here. Frazier and Stratman just can't figure out what to do here against Deacon and Smith.
You know, again, we said it earlier in the first match we were on, is that it's easy to say stuff when we're sitting here on the side watching it. But if you're watching the points that Lauren and Dylan have come out on top on, it's been a lot more neutral game. It's been a lot more balls to the middle and just biding their time. I mean, Dylan is a little unpredictable on what he's going to do and when he's going to speed it up. But I think that works in their favor when they get into the longer rallies. It puts a lot more pressure on Steve and Callie.
Yeah, great elongated point. And like you said, you know, the longer it gets in there, the more Dylan has an opportunity to kind of step in and attack. He did, but unfortunately it's Steve Deacon on the other side, just resetting everything.
And everything seems to be going Deacon and Smith's way with the net cord rollovers.
Great shake and bake there. And just like that, it's 10-0 here. Let's see if Frazier and Stratman can get on the board here. Got to get some kind of momentum going, even if it's not for this, for game two. Get a couple on the board. There's one.
There's one.
Yeah, so it needs something. Even if you get 2 or 3 here and then the possibility of losing, at least you got something moving in the right direction for game two.
Yeah, and it's all a confidence thing. It's what you're saying is right. It's getting to game two. It's a little bit of confidence, not hey, we lost on a skunk. What do we do?
Wow, 2 of those balls Frazier hits, those typically aren't coming back.
Just the look of frustration after missing that serve.
Great setup there from Deacon and Smith to end game one there, 11-2. I mean, it was pretty much all Smith and Deacon that whole game, don't you think there, Kenny?
Yeah, and that's one of those things that you got to ask yourself as Lauren and Dylan, is what do you do? What happened? Do you just put it behind you and move on with the strategy you had planned from the beginning, or do you try and reinvent the wheel?
Yeah, absolutely. So they're going to talk it over after that game one, and we're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we'll have game two for you. Semifinal number 1 here on championship court. Callie Smith and Steve Deacon taking on Lauren Stratman and Dylan Frazier. Game 1 going handily to Smith and Deacon, 11-2. Let's see if Stratman and Frazier can figure this out. And doesn't start off the way they would have wanted it here.
Yeah, and you know, it's a look of frustration on Stratman and Frazier's face right now. It's really tough to get over. Is that kind of energy going to bring them into getting back in game 2 here?
You know, and that kind of feeds into pickleball. Points in pickleball happen very quick. So all of a sudden, 1 point turns into 2, turns into 3, and then you're in trouble. That was going to be a very tight ATP there. But I can understand that Frazier trying to make something happen. But again, coming up on the short end when they serve. I think Stratman and Frazier here need to just be aggressive. Just play their game, play aggressive, see what happens. I don't think you have anything to lose right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's to your point of make something happen. If you get a big shot, that's how you play, then there's a huge level boosting, or confidence booster right there that's bringing it to the next point.
For sure.
We were talking a little bit about it earlier, but Lauren is hitting those forehand dinks with topspin. And it's tough. It's a little windy, and those dinks are just popping up. She was playing these ones here where they're going a little bit lower. Then her and Dylan will get more into that attacking position. But it's tough. It's tough when you're playing that fine line of, hey, do I fight the weather? Do I play my game, or do I try and go with a little backspin and play a safer but less aggressive dink?
Callie over there fist pumping. They want to end this.
Smith and Deacon are swallowing them up. Whatever they've thrown at them, it's been nothing to Deacon and Smith.
No, not at all. Yeah, just nothing just seems to be in rhythm for Frazier and Stratman right now.
And you know, it really could be the positioning of Deacon and Smith here, with Smith playing on the left and Deacon playing on the right. I mean, we said it before, how often do you see that in mixed?
Hey, when Lee and Annalie came into the game and I stole Lee for her first year as my partner, we put Lee on the left side, that big forehand. I was gladly and happy to play that right side. That's a good shot right there from Frazier. Well, that's what we need more of out of him.
Let's see if that boosts him into the next point here.
I don't like the decision Frazier made to drop that ball because he just brought them up.
Yeah, they've
bailed them out almost. We talk about that all the time, Kenny. What do you think about that? That, you know, that kind of bringing them up, and it's got to be perfect.
Yeah, and it's tough, especially with how Dylan was working that point, where a lot of it was down the middle, and you get into the strategy of it, and you go, okay, the down the middle shot, it's going to get me in a better position to hit the next ball. That's a good play for him, right in Kelly's side. The down the middle, playing it straight ahead is going to keep me in a good position to play the next ball. But I mean, if you're down after an 11-2 first game like this, you got to take a risk. I think you got to hit more cross court, go for a winner off the bat, and get yourself something to cheer about like that.
Right. And just when you thought Stratman and Frazier were in control at that point, Callie kept on her toes, kept moving forward, and almost swinging harder.
Dom, I think Stratman and Frazier have to start playing more balls to Steve Deacon's side.
Yeah, Callie's hurting him a lot right now, and it almost seems like Deacon will stay in the points with him a little longer.
Weird lighting right now.
Playing a little footsies here, a little neutral game.
Oh, what a reset from Stratman. You see that and go back and watch that. Watch her just drop her paddle, not even do anything with it, just catch it on the sweet spot, drop that back in. Great shot from Stratman.
And I can guarantee you there that she was barely touching that handle too. Maybe 2 fingers worth of pressure.
That put away set up from a great dink from Frazier that he actually hit. And you talk about that, you know, we kind of hit on that a lot, is when you hit a dink, hit it. You know, this ticky-tack, push it over, you don't do anything. Frazier hits that dink with a purpose.
But to that point there, I mean, they played a couple more balls to Steve. Steve may be iced a little bit from all the work that they've gave Callie here, and he's popping them up, giving them chances.
And watch the difference in the dinks from Deacon and Smith too. Callie likes to hit her dinks. Deacon will float those a little more. Just like that, we are all tied here. Stratman and Frazier get right back in this, tied up here at 4 in game 2. Stratman and Frazier need this game. And, you know, what are you seeing different now from Stratman and Frazier, Kenny?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing, Dom, is that Stratman and Frazier have began to play more balls over to Steve Deacon's side. And again, whether it's Deacon was iced in the beginning and is now have to get himself back into their groove, or whether there's something there or he's just not feeling playing the long points today.
Yeah,
it's working in Stratman and Frazier's favor. They're getting a little more pop-ups. They're getting chances to be aggressive, but be smart aggressive versus having to try and start something from nothing.
Yeah, and they do not have earpieces in, because as soon as Kenny said they needed to start going to Deacon a little more, they did. So they, I don't think, can hear us.
I do
but
talk pretty loud,
if they did, and so do I, unfortunately. So they may have heard everything we said and listened to it. So we may, for you guys watching, know what we're talking about a little bit. And right on cue, the easy mistake from Stratman.
But you know what, Don, what I'd like to see here is that the next point Stratman and Frazier win, just get a big come on. Again, get something to cheer about.
Yes.
We've seen it. We saw it in the first game that as soon as Smith and Deacon had a little bit of momentum, Callie Smith was fist pumping, even up 8-0, and it just kept the train rolling. Way to keep Callie deep. One more shot there.
Tough ball. Stratman, look at it. You can see how she's standing almost sideways, trying to hit that. Didn't get squared up to get a good shot in. Yeah, I mean, where do they have to go to put that away? It's got to go to Deacon. Callie's hot as can be right now.
Yeah, the biggest change in the last couple of points here is that Frazier and Stratman have returned the ball so deep, it's kept Deacon and Smith back. They've not been able to get up as fast as they have been in the past game and a half.
All tied up again now at 5. Oh, and how do you beat Callie Smith? You got to go off the tape because she's getting everything back. Everything that she can line up and get a paddle on, it's coming back. But the only way they get that one is off the tape. Those lightning quick hands from Frazier.
Did you see those placements of those dinks, though? It was a little out wide, a little deeper.
Smith pushed off the line, and it set themselves up to have a nice angle on that pop.
Frazier upset with himself. Gets that third over, but just pushes it wide. You know you got to keep those in, especially when you're on a roll here. Kenny, I think Frazier needs to hit up the Wilson tent and grab some new shoes. Sounds like he's got worn out on the bottom of those ones he's got on.
That Michelin rubber isn't good, you know.
He's blowing a tire out there, sliding around like crazy at last point.
We won't say the brand Dylan Frazier's wearing for shoes right now.
No.
It's a conflict of interest on my part.
Right. But we will say that Wilson is here and selling shoes. So if he need be, it's about 100 yards away. A little ambitious there from Smith. We want to say that's a heat check.
Yeah, for everyone watching at home, keep an eye on the position that Deacon and Smith are in, especially how close they are to the kitchen, or the kitchen line.
Good leave right there, and Frazier and Stratman hold quickly, keep that momentum on their side.
And they're keeping them back. You can't get up, you can't attack.
So almost looked like Frazier did see Deacon coming, and he flipped it. Didn't hit it hard at him, but flipped it at him and kind of handcuffed Deacon a little bit on the Ernie.
So as a quick side note here too, Dom, I mean, you're at more of these tournaments than I am. Like, how big of a part of this sport does integrity play? Because Deacon played an Ernie with 1 foot still in the kitchen there, and none of the refs called it.
It's tough where, you know, it's very hard. We've seen that recently, a couple missed calls in some recent tournaments, and
I should rephrase what I said too, because this is nothing on Steve. When you're in the heat of the moment, you cannot tell where your feet are.
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But that's why we have, you know, our referees here.
So this brings up a really important question then too of, what do you think of bad calls, Dom?
I mean, we all hate them. You know, you can't like them. Oh my goodness.
What a point.
Oh, and then Dylan asked the referees, both referees confer that the ball was out. But yeah, it's hard, and you and I have both been in the heat of battle, and it's tough sometimes even to see. You know, when ball's rocketing past you, you just make a reaction call.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not the right one. Afterwards, you kind of see, and you know you regret it. But sometimes you get in that heat of battle, and it's tough. But we hate to see it, and you know we've had discussions like this over the past month or so about, you know, do we have line judges, and you know, two referees or at the court, and it's just trying to catch more. But as our sport evolves, we need to come up with something that is a little more universal for all these high-level matches, because like we talked about earlier, the game is sped up so much that it is very difficult for a player to be making calls like that. Hey, on the flip side, you played tennis at a high level. You see that. Did you see it a lot in tennis? Did it happen a lot?
Yeah, I mean, I played D3, so there wasn't as much on the line as D1 tennis or even pro tennis is. But ultimately, at the end of the day, my opinion is that a bad call doesn't matter. If you're going to let 2 seconds of a 3-game match, potentially 3-game match, ruin the entire thing for you, then there's some bigger discussions you have to have.
Absolutely. I completely agree. 1 point doesn't make the whole match. Nice pressure there from Frazier.
And you know what? I think we're seeing it here, is that there was a call that Dylan might not have agreed with, both refs, even though both refs confirmed it, but they're right back out, and they're still playing strong, especially after a rough first game.
Nice attack.
Callie Smith is playing about 1.5 feet off the kitchen right now, and it's leading to a lot of those balls getting a little errant.
Frazier and Stratman had all that momentum. They need to keep that, because if they lose any bit of momentum here, this match is over. Both Smith and Deacon hands on hips going, I cannot believe neither one of us played that ball. But off the tape, it just floated. And that was, they were reacting to Stratman's swing. A really hard swing, and then all of a sudden it's a changeup off the tape. Good pressure from Frazier, and just like that, it is game point for Frazier and Stratman here in game 2.
This is a huge turnaround, especially after how Stratman and Frazier looked in the first 4 points. Not play-wise, but facial expressions, demeanor.
Yeah, you called it right away, after those first 3 or 4 points where their demeanor was totally different. Their facial expressions were just kind of distraught because they just lost 11-2. Then they give up a few points right away early, and it's like, is this going to happen again? They've done a really good job of regrouping here. And again, what's been the difference here?
I think, honestly, Dom, I think a lot of the difference is coming from the opposite side of the net. Lauren and Dylan started to play more within themselves, and there's a lot less errors coming from them. And with that, it's put a lot more pressure onto Deacon and Smith, and you can see that they're farther away from the kitchen. They're not as aggressive, and they're not playing as pinpoint as they were in that first game.
That's the difference in the game today, is that it used to be just reset, reset, reset. Well, now Callie resets twice, and then as Frazier comes again, she just attacks. It's just that counter attack is the difference.
We're gonna be right here, man.
Ooh, Stratman just misses that. Now the last thing Frazier and Stratman want is this game to get all tied up here at 10.
That's a great ball.
Perfect ball right down at her feet like that. Ashley's moving up. Wow.
That's heartbreaking, Dom.
Oh my God.
Frazier was on that backhand the entire way, knew it was coming.
Good timeout here, I think, because you had the side out and another game point on your paddle, and then all of a sudden now it's tied.
Yeah, and that's a huge point right there. And I think if they didn't take a timeout, it would have been a quick 1-2.
Yes, exactly, and that's the last thing they need right now, is because again, if they lose the second game, it's over. It's in the consolation bracket. They got work to do out of the bottom half. But instead, you get those timeouts, use them. Don't hold on to them. If you got them, use them. And let's see if they can kind of stop this from Deacon and Smith, from them taking a lead here and getting a match point on their paddle. Wow, no timeouts from either side. It's a rarity. You don't see that a lot of times in matches.
Go 10-10-2.
Wow, Stratman inside out behind Smith. Have not seen that. Might as well save it for the right time, Kenny.
It's some new tech. She's been holding on to it,
yeah.
Developing it in the lab.
10-10, why not? Great angle from Deacon there.
I think Deacon and Smith both know now that if they don't close that kitchen line fast, it's gonna get messy.
Mm-hmm. Defending the Ernie from Deacon, and another game point here for Stratman and Frazier.
What a game 2 comeback, Dom.
Incredible. Just when we had said they just looked distraught and out, you know, they come back and call timeout, get back in this, and take game 2 12-10 and force a third game. And we're going to take a commercial break right here after this second game, and when we come back, the third and deciding game here in this mixed pro semifinal. Grand Rapids, Michigan, the Grand Rapids Amphitheater there in the downtown area of Grand Rapids, Michigan, here at the Beer City Open.
Priority shift from chasing time.
Final about to get started here on Championship Court. Lauren Stratman to serve to Callie Smith. And a huge turnaround and comeback for Stratman and Frazier in that second game, forcing this third game. Now, even though she misses that, that is a very confident attack from Stratman, feeling that win after the second game.
So Dom, if we're saying, hey, we're all in with Callie Smith and Steve Deacon to win this, what do you think we need to see from them here?
Callie just needs to be aggressive. Stay aggressive. That's what's been worked for them in game one. But I also think that we watch this point play out. Great defense. Just a little overhit there from Stratman. That's frustration because they're playing such great defense, getting every ball back. But I think Deacon needs to keep his dinks down. His dinks seem to be floating a little bit, where Frazier is able to attack a little bit more on those. Callie doing a really good job of keeping her dinks low, just like that. Deacon with the attack there. So instead of dinking in general, he just attacks.
I fully agree with you, though, is that confidence level they had in game one where everything was working for him. Dinks were staying low. Nothing was popping up. If they can get that level of confidence and that mentality back and start playing a little more quote-unquote high-risk balls, but with confidence, and it all falls into play, then it's going to be a tough day for Lauren and Dylan on the opposite side of the net.
Yeah, and they are down 0-3 here, so Deacon and Smith jumping out early. Ooh, Deacon reads it beautifully. Just a little wide there on the put-away, though. That's huge for Stratman and Frazier. That's a much-needed side out. Wow, they defended an Ernie and a huge overhead from Callie Smith to get back in that point and earn a point and get on the board there. Good work from Deacon there.
Yeah, Dom, scrambling can only get you so far on this level here, but if they can keep Steve and Callie push back an extra step like they did in game two. Then they'll have success like that.
Yeah.
Callie tried to attack a ball while she was a foot and a half back, and it's just not going to work.
Yeah, you've called that this whole match, and seeing Deacon and Smith being a little further back off that kitchen line, not towing it, and mistakes like that happen.
Very casual from Frazier, but what defense.
Yeah. But Frazier and Stratman answer with two of their own. And a 3-2 lead here for Deacon and Smith. Good read again. Stratman almost took that back a little early, and Deacon read that very well. Make it look so easy.
Yeah.
Oh, and Stratman gets what she wants there with the forehand.
You know, one thing I think that Deacon does not get enough credit for is his ability to recover. And that's something that gets so overlooked when you're talking about high-level players is just recovery. It's so simple, but Steve does such a great job of stopping, pushing off, getting right back for the next one.
Wow, and right on cue right there, you know, setting his feet, getting balanced quickly after being off balance, and then he's able to move forward like that and put pressure on. And now they take a 6-2 lead on the end change here in this third game. So now from Frazier and Stratman, I mean, what are you seeing, Kenny, they need to do here? Get back in this third game.
Yeah, I mean, from the behaviors and demeanors that they had on court at the end of game 2, everything was pumped up, heads up high, working the point confidently. From here, they lost that first point pretty fast on serve, and there was a side out. I think they need to just get back into this, get a fast point, and again, get themselves pumped back up, and right back into it.
Yeah, Stratman is a player who is very fiery. Frazier can be kind of a little bit of both, but he's more of an internal kind of quieter guy. But he'll show his frustrations, but a lot of times won't show his emotions on a positive. Stratman is like that, and if she can get going here, that'd be good for her to use that emotion.
And I think what they're going to have to do here, and this might play into the favor with the wind, is throw a couple deep returns in, play a little bit riskier return, and that way they're not playing from behind right off the bat. They can actually serve, start earning some points of their own.
Good read from Frazier. I like where he put that ball. Put it away from Deacon just enough and forced Callie Smith to come all the way over on the other side of that center service line. Oh, an incorrect receiver for Smith and Deacon. Smith received that serve, but she was in the wrong spot. That's a tough ball for Smith to reach and actually get anything on.
They're having a good laugh about this here, but that's one of those unpredictable points, right?
Just a little too big of a swing for Deacon right there.
Yeah, Frazier was just poking and poking and poking and pushing Callie back and back and back, and that set them up to get aggressive at the end there. See if Deacon will do his little Ernie shimmy.
Look at these dings from Frazier. Not one of them landing anywhere in the front part of the kitchen. Everything's deep, pressure. Oh, pushed him back. Great job. Oh, that's right back in. Wow, Stratman chicken wings Deacon right in the right armpit. Beautiful rally there.
And that was a great spot. It was popped up right in front of her. If we were to rewind that and look where Callie's paddle was, it was ready to go right at her feet, getting Deacon in the hip right there. There's going to be no better spot to go than that.
No.
4-6-2.
Wow, Frazier on 1 foot leaning in. Unbelievable. What presence from the young fella. 19 years young is Dylan Frazier.
I think he was sitting on the middle there.
Mm-hmm. Smith ended up going opposite hip on him, the left hip.
It's a great deep return, keep Callie Smith back.
Wow, what a spot from Frazier.
That's something that we haven't seen this match really, is Deacon stepping in and taking a ball away from Callie.
No, not at all. The easy one again, we see it all the time from Stratman.
5-6-2.
Just able to get each one of those over, and everyone that comes back as the player on the side that it's coming back to, you just get more and more frustrated because you think you've had a couple winners. And then the mistake happens.
Yeah, and that's an especially tough thing to recover from here. Which, I mean, he's had a couple of balls to not hit and get himself back into the right mindset. That's a great help from his partner right there as well.
Mm-hmm. I think a ball that Callie Smith would definitely have chose to not attack if she has it back again. Deacon and Smith take a 2-point lead here. Kenny, I think you know the player over here behind us warming up. Looks like Maggie and Rob are still alive, warming up back here. That's a tough attack from where Stratman attacked that ball 2 balls ago. She was about 4 or 5 feet behind the kitchen line and tried to rip middle. Smith read it so well.
Yeah, and you know, this game is all about problem solving. Like, Deacon and Smith have played every which way you can think of in these past 3 games. And I think they found a solution to, hey, let's not get pushed back off the kitchen line. It's Callie will take, oh, that's a close ball.
Yeah.
But Callie is starting to take more forehand dinks on the rise. Steve is holding his ground and taking balls out of the air with his backhand.
Yes, you are.
Good leave right there. And to those people watching at home, when you're saying Kenny taking that ball on the rise, what do you mean when you say take the ball on the rise?
Yeah. So I mean, let's see if we'll see it here. But ultimately, there's the rise of the ball after it bounces, the apex of the ball, and the fall. And we're talking about Callie taking the ball and hitting it before it even gets to the apex of the bounce. Deacon reaching a little into the middle for that one.
And that just helps with that trajectory over the net, is taking it on the rise, taking it when it's almost at that peak, and then you're able to get on top of that.
Yeah, and I mean, it does a lot of things. The biggest one that's doing for Smith and Deacon right now is helping with their position. They're not having to play off the back foot. They can stay in and find more opportunities to attack. But I mean, the opposite side too, and we saw it with Stratman getting hit in the hip with one of Deacon's drives, I believe, is that it takes time away from the opponent. If you're playing a ball on the rise, there's much less time to think. There's the Deacon shimmy.
Great ball from Frazier. Smith actually thought that ball was going to sail long. That actually sits in nicely for Dylan. And they keep Smith and Deacon at 7. And then the unforced error. And we're all tied here at 7 in game 3. Doesn't get any tighter than this, Kenny.
Yeah, and this is a pivotal point too, because it's tied up. They're on 1. If Stratman and Frazier can get another point here, then it's just another notch in the belt of confidence.
And
that's brilliant defense from Callie Smith.
The huge fist pump right at Dylan Frazier. Stratman, the fist pump going, we'll take it. And yes, they will. At 7-7 in game 3, they're going to take that unforced error all day long.
Good catch there by Stratman.
Oh, and Smith got caught in the back. And a 2-point lead here for Frazier and Stratman. Kenny, all that momentum that it seemed like Deacon and Smith had, 2 hours ago when we started this match, is completely gone now.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things of that game plan that they came out firing right in game 1 and in the beginning of game 2 is starting to get chipped away at. I mean, Stratman and Frazier have found a way to push them back, keep the aggression down, and make it a lot tougher to play high-risk shots for Deacon and Smith.
Yeah, and just like that, they are serving up 9-7 here in game 3. Let's see if they can close this out and complete this comeback after it just seemed, after game 1 and shortly into game 2, it seemed like they were completely out of it.
Yeah, but now you can see how determined they look, and the posture on court it's a complete 180 from where they were 30 minutes ago.
30, that's it. It seemed like 2 hours ago.
Might be longer than that.
We've been out here forever. Oh, what a dig from Stratman, though. The ball was behind her. But a good stop there from Deacon and Smith. That was all started by Smith going behind Frazier.
Brandon, I'm not sure.
1 hold. They need 1 more here. Don't let this get tied up. I mean, we'll take it. It's just more pickleball for us here, Kenny.
More pickleball for everyone, right?
That's right.
It's 1 motion.
Yeah. You should be allowed 1 of those a match.
Now we have
or a game.
Now we have a side out, 9-8-1. Again, pressure point for Smith and Deacon here.
Set up from the behind Frazier from Callie. Let's see if 3rd time's a charm, if Smith will go to it again. Been successful the last 2 points. Missed opportunity for Frazier and Stratman there.
I think if Stratman was 1 step more into the court, it would have been a different story.
Good timeout there from Stratman. Return a serve out. She questioned it, asked the referee. Referee agreed with the out call. She's frustrated. Call that timeout right away. Don't let anything snowball like we talked about earlier. And now, just like that, 9-9, it's, who can get ahead by 2 first?
Yeah, and I mean, you got to think about this too, and it's tough for them to think about it in the moment. But that deep return, even missing that one is still the right swing. That's what's gotten Stratman and Frazier back into this match over the last 2 games, 3 games here, is keeping Deacon and Smith back for 1 or 2 more balls and getting themselves up to the net and getting them in a better position right off the bat.
Yep, we'll see if they can do that here and hit a good third. The key here for Smith and Deacon is a good 3rd shot here. They get it. Oh, and then Deacon pinching a lot to the middle there.
Yeah.
Seemed almost like for no reason at that point.
Callie may have pulled the trigger a little too early. Steve may not have been expecting it, but
yeah.
Well, it's going to probably be, it'll probably be that time.
Great job from Frazier and Stratman calling that timeout, getting 2 holds, and now back even at 9. Oh, who wants it more? That's what it's going to come down to right now.
Yeah. It's going to come down to execution too. I mean, Steve played a great return and got himself up to the kitchen in 4 steps. It wasn't, hey, I'm going to hit and wait. It was, I'm going to hit and go because I'm confident in it.
Callie right in Deacon's ear going, come on, let's go. Big hold for them now, not giving up any points, getting that side out.
Stratman asking if they have another timeout left. I couldn't hear.
I couldn't hear if they, I didn't know if they did or not. Great step in from Frazier on the reset from Stratman. Dylan Frazier. Told you guys about 3 hours ago when we started this match. If you didn't know who Dylan Frazier was, you are now. And problem is no one wants to get off 9 here. Had 3 straight side outs.
Players wearing their emotions on their sleeve a little bit more now.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a huge deal. I mean, this is your semifinal. This is winner gets to the winner's bracket final and is guaranteed a medal. I mean, it doesn't get any closer than this right here. Guaranteed in the money here with a win. What a drop from Stratman. Beautiful touch.
That's incredible. We have our first match point in game 3 here. And a quick timeout called from Stratman.
Yeah, that ball barely landed before she called the timeout. So that was what she was waiting for. She was waiting to see if they needed that, and if they did, she was going to use it, and they use it instantly. And Deacon and Smith have a match point on their paddle when we return from this timeout. What are you going to look for out of Deacon and Smith coming right out of this timeout, Kenny?
I want to look for them to win, right? No, I think the strategy they had of keeping Steve on the left side for the past, I want to say 9 points here, has been something that has been working incredibly well. And it's coming from the aspect of it giving Callie an opportunity to attack down the line right at Dylan off of her forehand. There's no questions of if Steve's going to have to throw an Ernie on that side and create something out of nothing. It's, hey, we can play incredibly solid and not have to take a huge risk, but stay in an extremely aggressive offensive position.
Well, let's see what happens. Match point here. Callie Smith serving to Dylan Frazier. Great third from Deacon. Just like that. There was just seemed to be a 1 slight second of hesitation in the middle from Frazier and Stratman. And Smith and Deacon take the third game 11-9. What a match there, Kenny. I mean, doesn't get any closer than that after that first game.
Yeah, and I mean, if there's anything to take away for everyone watching back home is that this looked like it was going to be a 20-minute match. It looked like it was going to be 10 minutes in game 1, 10 minutes in game 2. But Stratman and Frazier threw everything they had into it, and they came up with a strategy and problem solved their way back into the match there.
Yeah, so we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, I'm going to grab Deacon and Smith if they can still stand for a quick interview, but don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Pickleball is an easy game to play, but it's a difficult game to master. There's so much you can learn from the camp, the correct way to hit a dink, the volley, the serve.
At an NSP Pickleball camp, no matter what city that you're in, you're going to have the same experience from the same level of instruction.
We cover all aspects of the game, not only just the strategy, but the skills and the mental game.
Each skill that we develop within the students' games is then implemented into live play.
They can take home easy, simple ways to remember how to execute a shot.
The social aspect is great. It's a really tight-knit group. Over 3 days, you really get to know each other and build those relationships.
They can meet a lot of other players to expand their playing circle and find partners for tournaments.
It's a good challenge for you to see where you match up against other players.
If you like the game of pickleball, you will like a camp.
Everyone is going to have a great time. It's going to be well worth their while.
Priorities shift from chasing time to chasing sunsets, from family trips to backyard adventures. And as life happens, shifts and surprises are sure to follow. At Priority Health, we'll always be ready to shift with you. From a member number to a first name basis. From complicated policies to ones written by humans. Because your priorities have shifted. Maybe it's time your health insurance did too.
There we go.
Welcome back to Championship Court. I am here with Callie Smith and Steve Deacon after their semifinal 3-hour-long match against Lauren Stratman and Dylan Frazier. Guys, the first game, 11-2, you took that. Kenny and I are in the booth talking, and we're like, wow, this match may be over early. You guys were firing on all cylinders, and it seemed like you guys had a strategy where it was almost what we talk about in pickleball, is like the reverse stack, where Callie, you were playing that strong left side, and Steve, you were on the right side. What was the strategy and thinking behind that?
Yeah, I think I liked Callie in front of Lauren. Lauren played exceptionally well, I think, halfway through game 2. I think she's really started to battle, and if you saw, we switched it up a little bit as well. I think that variety, I thought, really kept them kind of second guessing, and I thought the game plan was right the whole way.
Yeah, and it really was successful for you guys, Callie. Do you like playing that side? Is that a side that you would prefer to play?
I always love a side that I can get my forehand on. always, so I'll never complain. But I'm kind of like whatever side works for me. In this game particularly, it was working better for us with me straight up with Lauren, and we just stuck to it and pulled it out. So
talking too about when we're talking off camera about the young kid Dylan Frazier, this kid has come on the scene recently, playing phenomenally well. Deeks, you complimented him on saying how well he played that match. Yeah. What do you see from him, and when you're playing against him like that, what do you need to do?
Well, for me, I told Callie at the beginning, I think the way to combat his strength, which are his heavy hands, we played slow to him. We knew he liked to jam the middle a lot, and we would pull him wide and then dink middle to have him come all the way over to try to at least off balance him in some way. I think at the end of the day, I thought we played it spot on and it's slow to him. Like, unless you've got an absolute ball that you can crush, I don't even like challenging this kid. He's so good, he's fast, his hands are so heavy, so it makes things challenging, and it makes the court a lot smaller for us, and we have to be a little smarter on our spots, and I thought we combated him well today.
All right, last question, Callie. 9-9 in the third. You guys traded side outs about 4 or 5 times. What are you thinking at that point when it is 9-9? It's a game who can get ahead by 2 faster, and you're trading side outs over and over again. What's going through your head as you're trying to get those last 2 points?
Well, for me, I like to speed things up, and so Steve's a great partner, and he said, remember what our game plan is, everything's slow. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, oh, that's right. So he kept me in the game as far as that goes, and we were patient, and then when we had the ball, then we went for it. But it's really the game plan. You stick to your game plan. When you have good execution, most of the time it works out great. Occasionally we had some points where we didn't execute as well, but we got back into it, and it just worked out.
All right, well, congratulations, guys. Put you in the winner's bracket final. I can feel Jocelyn Duvillier dancing behind us, so we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, he will be on Championship Court in our second semifinal. Don't go anywhere, guys.
up in September of 2012. We were draft only for the first 2 years. We went up to 14,000 barrels with just draft before we ever went into package. Whether you're into hops, you like malt, sour beers, fruit beers, we try to create a lot of different products. Quality and consistency is what we strive for. When it comes to brewing, we have a lot of different tools in our toolbox. We're not going to put out a bad product, and that when they try us, it's not a risk. At Parent Brewing Company, the passion for innovation and the commitment to quality comes through in every sip, every time.
Elders, helpers, and Engage Pickleball love the fun we have and the friends we make playing and teaching this great game of pickleball. We proudly sponsor the 2021 Beer City Open, an APP event in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and welcome all participants and online spectators. At Elders Helpers, we say, live on your own with a helper in your home.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again. Until you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
Revlin Sports, where a passion for pickleball, performance on the court, and the preservation of our planet come together. We designed our paddles with a TerraGrit surface texture to maximize spin, ergonomic octagonal grip, and a BioFlex face that is stronger than fiberglass, offering better vibration dampening than carbon fiber. It's a paddle you can be proud of. We created the first ever sustainable high-performance paddle, made 100% in the USA. That's what we are made of. What are you made of?
Simone.
You're gonna need this.
Thanks, Ben. Well, hey, Simone. All yours.
Welcome back to Grand Rapids, Michigan, here at Belknap Park, site of the 2021 APP Beer City Open. Brought to you by Paddle Tech. Second semifinal matchup here. Lee Whitwell and Pat Smith taking on host Andrea Coop and Jocelyn Duvillier. Kenny, you need to stay bipartisan here, okay?
Oh,
we know you got family on court right now.
Totally rooting for Whitwell and Smith. I got air fresheners for Christmas last year, so.
Yes, love it. So another anticipated good match here. You have Pat Smith and Jocelyn Duvillier, who are partners in men's doubles and have been since they came into the sport, playing against each other today. And looking.
And here's the thing, it's going to be interesting. One of these teams, Whitwell and Smith, have played 2 matches and 1 in straights, while Coop and Duvillier, and hopefully I say it right, have had a 3-setter in their last match.
Mm-hmm. 3-set battle against Annika Cooper and Juan Araya. Juan, one of the most animated players out there. If you don't know who Juan Araya is, just get within maybe earshot. You'll hear Juan. Great guy, but Coop and Duvillier take them down 10-12, 11-5, 11-7. Setting up this semifinal match. And taking a look in the back draw, looks like Coakley Nunnery, Ramenzi Davidson playing each other, still alive. Esquivel Cassidy, Carr and Stone playing each other on the bottom half.
There's some hitters left in the draw, Dom.
There really is, and we've seen, interested to see what Carr and Stone do against Esquivel and Cassidy. If they can get past that one, they have a chance to make some noise here. But before anything else, Coop to serve to Whitwell here in this semifinal match, and DeVilliers comes up a little short on that third. And when I say a little, it's very under-exaggerated. Oh, just avoids the kitchen. I get a little high five from Pat Smith as he comes over because he ends up all the way over here.
I think that was the plan all along.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, he did. What? That's just ridiculous of that ATP there. Whitwell basically jumped over it.
Andrea had it there. That's what we saw in Pat and Lee's last match, where Pat got a little stranded on the other side and left the middle open.
A little frame shot there from Smith. Side out after a 2-point run from Whitwell and Smith. Like the step in there from Whitwell. Whitwell's covering Smith as he got pulled almost out of bounds trying to run around that forehand. Good drop there from Andrea Coop.
Very back and forth match here in the beginning, Dom.
Almost like a feeling out process so far. Oh, Pat Smith has seen that a time or two from DeVilliers. Was just sitting there where he knew that ball was going to come.
Yeah, and that's the do or die, right? When Jay hits that, Ernie, and Andrea has to go so close to the middle, she's got to do something big or keep it on Lee's side instead of back to Pat.
It's a great ball there from Pat Smith on the drive, and that's where return and where they're covering as far as stacking and switching spots. That area was vacated for a half a second. And we get a little German early out of Pat Smith. Do not ask me to translate, but not sure if I'd be able to on air.
There's an app for that, Dom.
Right, exactly.
A little loose backhand return there from DeVilliers.
Wow. Pat Smith has that third shot drive dialed in right now, and what you're seeing is the points are happening when DeVilliers and Coop are switching, and now they stay, so they recognize that too. Pat very frustrated with himself there.
Well, it's interesting. Whitwell and Smith are winning all of the quick and fast points, and as soon as that point gets past 6 shots,
yeah, advantage goes to Coop and de Villiers.
now it's a matter of getting there.
Wow, you see the swat down on that ball. So hard.
Yeah, these guys are having fun out here.
Yeah. Just that intimidation factor of Lee Whitwell coming there with that big lefty forehand, trying to keep it away from her.
Dom, do you know the amount of titles on the APP Tour that Andrew and Jay have won this year together?
That's a great question. It's got to be at least 1 or 2. I would imagine, if not maybe just 1. They do seem to play very well together.
I agree. I think there's something to be said for an accomplished team like them to be down by this amount in game 1 here. That's a good ball.
Yeah, right on cue. I mean, that's just a veteran move right there from de Villiers as he was pulled all the way over to the other sideline. Ball gets played by Coop, and he read that and was on full sprint the whole way.
Mm-hmm.
Instantly, de Villiers like, that's good.
Yep, he knew it right off the bat.
Yeah. Off one now, see if they can string a couple together. Great ball by Pat Smith, and the biggest thing on that, you know, Kenny, is that he didn't try and really do too much with that. He hit a spot.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of intimidation that came into the first couple points of the match with how big Pat was driving the ball. Now he doesn't have to do so much so that he can be a little more precise and still get the same effect off the shots.
Right. And then the big patent, you know, de Villiers backhand Ernie. I mean, he's going to his forehand. He could easily flip that around and hit a forehand, but he loves to flip that with the backhand. Oh, Lee Whitwell just misses that. I'm blocked by the screen here, so I thought it was in, but
it was a tiny bit long. If you want to get into the argument, Dom, a tennis ball would have been in.
Yeah. I mean, de Villiers goes behind the back, basically drop shot.
Yeah, and you got to ask yourself, is that the right play there, or do you keep the paddle in front, get that extra step into the court?
Yes. Jay instantly putting his hand up to apologize to his partner tomorrow, but he'll take that all day today.
Around 4-6-2 here. A little bit of a streak.
Just like that, a 6-1 Whitwell-Smith lead diminished. And now Coop and DeVilliers within 1. Whitwell on her heels backing up. That's never a good combination. Ball coming at you that hard, and all tied at 6. Good job, Whitwell kind of straddling that sideline and kitchen line.
Yeah, Dom, I don't know if you got to watch any bit of Coop and DeVilliers' last match against Array and Cooper, but Andrea struggled on that ball in the midcourt, picking it up right off the shoelaces. And if Lee and Pat can get her into a situation and even play a medium-paced ball to her, it's gonna get them in a good position.
No, absolutely. And Coop right there just surprises Smith. Had no idea where that ball was going. Wow. Now that is a absolutely amazing lob from Lee Whitwell.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they do not cash in on it because DeVilliers just too big of a presence in the middle.
It's just amazing court coverage. You touched on it last match, is that some of these people that are playing today, they can move even before balls hit. They've just seen so many balls come back over the net. They know exactly what's going to happen.
Pat missing that one there, and
I think he had some pretty good success in hitting winners with that right in the beginning, but he may get more mileage playing that straight back ahead and setting himself up for a winner instead of trying to force it right away.
great backhand ATP from Pat Smith. He read that the whole way, made his decision early that he was going to let that slide all the way out. Beautiful shot from Pat Smith. I think he got himself just a little off balance there, Kenny. He thought he had a ball that he was maybe going to be able to go around the post with, and he had to come back and play it in. It seemed like his footwork was just a little off for a couple of those shots.
Yeah, I think Pat is trying to do a lot right now, and a lot of it is probably stemming from the presence that Jay is putting into the middle of the court.
A little flat pancake from DeVilliers for the put away and the side out.
Would you coach that, Dom?
No, no. I would not coach that to my students. Here, let's change our grip, flip our paddle around, and see what happens. Smith trying to give DeVilliers a little bit of a taste of his own medicine. The backhand Ernie.
And a quick timeout right after that missed return. This game has gotten a little bit away from them, Dom.
Yeah, a little bit. You know, two quick points there for DeVilliers and Coop. You know, it's a game of runs. It always has been. And what's happening is that Whitwell and Smith, again, you pointed it out that DeVilliers making a presence in the middle and Smith maybe trying to do a little too much. And now all of a sudden they're down 3 pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
So again, thank you guys for joining us here in Grand Rapids, Michigan at the APP Beer City Open. We have semifinal number 2 on court right now. Lee Whitwell, Pat Smith taking on Andrea Coop and Jocelyn Duvillier, who have a 9-6 lead here in game 1. Winners will advance to the winners bracket final and take on Callie Smith and Steve Deacon, who won a 3-game barn burner against Lauren Stratman and Dylan Frazier. Oh, great attack from Lee Whitwell. And I think during that timeout, they had to say something to each other. We're saying we're just being kind of passive right here. They come out very aggressive in that point. Oh, there's that Whitwell Ernie.
She wanted that. She punished him.
Yes. Great timeout. 2 big holds right there at 9-6. Oh, Whitwell with the forehand down the line. Coop not looking for that ball right there.
Yeah, now they have something to be pumped up about, and Andrea just shrugged her head and said, wow.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes you just got to tip your cap to your opponent and say, nice shot. You never want to, but... Oh, and then one motion. But unfortunately does not go over, but a great drop shot there from Whitwell.
So that timeout's really changed things.
Immensely. Oh, a little overzealous there. But I like the aggressiveness. I'd rather you be aggressive and make a mistake than passive. And
then you got to think about the last couple of points too. That's going back to the well. What's worked? What's caught Andrea off guard, and it's a drive right at her just like that.
Oh,
granted, a little help from the net, but
off the tape. Unfortunate there for Coop, and all tied here at 9. This is definitely a different game 1 than our first semifinal.
I completely agree with you, Dom. I don't think either of these teams wants to have to battle back and run it back in grand finals to get a gold. I think they're coming out heavily motivated to get right into winners final and guarantee them a place, a little more rest.
Yeah, absolutely, without a doubt. So we come back, it'll be game point here for Pat Smith and Lee Whitwell. 10-9 in game 1. So as they come back in from this timeout, if you're coaching up Duvillier and Coop right now, what are you telling them to get this side out here?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing is Coop has to get her feet set and play solid. I mean, Duvillier had a huge presence on the court when they were running it back and got their lead there. And it was, hey, Andrea, we're going to have you play the steady rock. And Jay is going to play a little bit more aggressive, take a little more risk, but within himself, right? There's nothing crazy going on. There's no huge jump from 6 feet out.
Yeah. Oh, another one off the tape. Duvillier just throws his hands in the air. Nothing he can do about that. So game 1 will go to Whitwell and Smith, 11-9. A little different than that first Stratman-Frazier-Smith-Deacon match where it was 11-2. That one's a lot closer, and if we're any indication, this match is going to go 3 if I had to say so and make a prediction. But before we get to that second game, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have the remainder of this second semifinal. Don't go anywhere.
battery's dead again.
I got you.
Oh, thanks, Ben.
Man, I'm still hungry. Oh, there you go. Thanks, Ben.
Oh, cramp.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, man.
Here you go. Pickleball cocktail.
Oh, thanks, Ben.
Oh, man.
I got it. There you go.
Thanks, Ben.
Semifinal number 2 here in Grand Rapids, Michigan at Belknap Park, site of the APP Beer City Open, sponsored by Paddle Tech. We appreciate you guys joining us. Game 2 about to get underway between Whitwell and Smith, Coop and Duvillier. Whitwell and Smith take game 1 11-9, and Whitwell to serve to Coop.
Very different matchup than what we saw in the Smith-Deacon Fraser-Stratman semifinal, Dom.
Yes.
We got a couple of taller, larger players here, a little more power behind it. And even though these points aren't crazy firefights, there's definitely something to say about the pace of the ball coming off the paddles.
Oh, yeah, the length of points isn't as long as that last match. And as soon as we say that, we're going to see some drawn-out points here, guaranteed.
It's going to be a 3 5-minute long point.
Yeah.
Smith and Whitwell are really playing into the fact that Andrea is not getting herself up to the kitchen as fast as she could.
The thing is, and you're exactly right, Kenny, is that if Andrea doesn't get up, she's in trouble. But when she does get up, she's one of the best there. You know, her hands, her control, her cross-court forehand dink.
Yeah, all the tools are there, right? And it's not just the tools, it's the brain behind it. I mean, the last point, she played so many more balls out of the air. That way she didn't have to back herself up and get back up.
Right. I mean, you don't win a national championship at UCLA in tennis not being a smart player. And just the start that Coop and Duvillier wanted, a 4-0 lead here in game 2. Paddle slam there from Pat Smith, and Whitwell tosses hers, and a 5-0 lead for Coop and Duvillier here in game 2. After they seemed like all the momentum was on their side after game 1, and now every single bit of that momentum gone, Kenny.
Yeah, I think this is the ebb and flow, right? It's hey, how's the match going to shake out? I mean, the points in the beginning were pretty even, but you never know. There's been a couple of simple errors, missed returns, just simple pop-ups, but
yeah, and you knew that Coop and Duvillier were not going to go away. It wasn't going to happen. I didn't see this start happening, but I did see I was anticipating a better start for them.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, too, is that when you're looking at it, Pat Smith and Lee Whitwell are going to start putting more balls into play. They're going to play a little more within themselves, and it's going to cause those super easy points to go away. And now that I say that, she's looking at the line of
and
what
again,
do I do?
in these courts too, just resurfaced a month ago, so the courts could be playing a little faster. Lines could be skipping a little, a little more. As example right there. That's what they need right there.
A little help from the crowd behind us as well.
Yeah, Kathy in general.
Jay did a great job of pushing Lee Whitwell right off the line there. And
And DeVilliers just inserting himself a little more and a little more each point. Last thing that Smith and Whitwell need is DeVilliers getting any confidence. Frustration there from Whitwell, just slamming that ball back.
So, Dom, based off of the placement of these balls, where they're serving them and where Jay and Andrea are returning them, would you say these are more on the lines of unforced or forced errors?
Yeah, I kind of go both ways with it, I think. With DeVilliers and Coop's serves, neither one of them have this incredibly pressured serve. So I would lean more towards unforced. Coop doesn't really hit too much and too hard, but the hands there from Coop, and I mean, they are running away with this, Kenny.
Yeah, they really are.
It's a 9-0 lead here. Wow. Talk about a topspin lob if I've ever seen one right there from DeVilliers. And just like that in like 5 minutes.
Couple of match points on the one.
A couple. You're going to hold that one.
I mean, you got to think about this too. And Joe Bauman just brought this up in the Facebook chat, is that Coop and DeVilliers had a lot of momentum in the end of that first game, and there was a couple of lucky breaks that ended on the side of a positivity for Whitwell and Smith, and maybe this is the outcome of that.
And right there from Coop, that is a error that she typically doesn't make, but we're going to call that that's a 10-0 shot.
Yeah.
Right? You're up 10. We're going to try and make something happen. Yeah, they're going to have to keep that ball away from that big man right now because he's feeling it, and this is a third game point for Coop and DeVilliers. Great shot there from Whitwell. And again, we talked about that in the Stratman-Frazier game, and when they were down like 10-0, get some points together, use that momentum to get you going. But unfortunately, not going to happen right there. And game number 2 goes to Coop and DeVilliers, 11-0. Did not see that one coming.
Yeah, that was a fast one, Dom.
Yeah, and especially after that first game, Whitwell and Smith come out, they win it, 11-9 in a tight one, and then turn around and get blanked in the second one. But we're going to come back and have that third game for you right after this message from our sponsors. number 3 here in Grand Rapids, Michigan at the Beer City Open of semifinal number 2. Whitwell and Smith win a close one in game 1, 11-9. And then Coop and Duvillier wake up quickly and win game 2, 11-0. Coop serving to Whitwell to start this third game. Great work from Whitwell and Smith. They needed that point very badly.
And it's amazing how they got there too, Dom. I mean, they played so many balls to Jay just to get him to move and open up the middle of the court.
Just wide, and Whitwell trying to be so perfect with that because of that Duvillier jump backhand Ernie. Just wide from Coop, and Whitwell and Smith on the board. Way to get something up there this third game and feed off that now.
Yeah, but I think in these past couple of points, they've worked the space much better than they did in that second game. Granted, the second game was lightning quick, but it's, hey, let's get the ball on a little bit bigger targets. Let's get the threat of Jay's athleticism kind of under control, and then let's take it from there.
Yeah, when the big guy's jumping everywhere, you're in trouble. Lee Whitwell with the hammer overhead.
And there's some momentum to work with right there.
Yeah. She's an emotional player too. You do not want to get her going. Oh, Whitwell, one half step behind that, unfortunately.
Well, so there's what you were talking about earlier with that Ernie, is he flipped it around and played a forehand. I mean, what are your thoughts on the risks of going with that versus playing that backhand angle?
I like the backhand angle, but if you can get around the forehand and get down on it and get something like Whitwell does on top of it and hard, it's a lot better actually with a better result. Oh, Duvillier in the middle giving the head fakes, almost bobbing and weaving in the middle, trying to get Smith to guess.
And Pat did a good job of backing Andrew up and getting there to have to move and get into an awkward position to play that return there. But I totally agree with you on that forehand, Ernie, is that if you can play it down and aggressive, then that's the better play. But with the backhand, I think, especially on that awkward jump across the body, you have a little more versatility off of that shot.
Yes. Good put away there from Pat Smith with some aggression. Kathy has a cutout of Byron, our head referee here on the APP Tour and referee on court right now for this match.
That was a risky leave right there from Whitwell.
It was very close. just long. Not sure if he was really trying to get out of the way or just get to it, but it works out in their favor, goes long.
I think Andrew is questioning if one of those balls was going to go out, but
off the tape and all tied up. This one has all the makings of going down to the wire here, Kenny.
yeah, it definitely does, especially after the last game. I think Whitwell and Smith are a little hungry, to say the least.
Yes. That's the right move from Pat. He's just got to execute that. So referee timeout on the end change here. 6-4 Coop and Duvillier take the lead. A 2-point lead seems huge here in this game.
Yeah, especially with the momentum changes and how the points are going back and forth so quick. But I mean, Dom, what I'd like to see from Pat is just a little earlier. He's getting himself so pushed back and getting so late on that forehand.
Mm-hmm.
Play a little safer, play up the middle.
Yeah.
And then attack 2 balls later instead of right off the bat.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if they can make their adjustments here. There's Kathy, Michelle Esquivel. There's Georgia Johnson back there. The younger sister of J.W. Johnson, one of the new up-and-comers in pickleball at the pro level. But as we come back in here, a 6-4 lead for Coop and Duvillier. And just long on the return. Just can't have those at this juncture in the match.
Yeah, but he's got to be tight, especially after the past couple of forehands.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So 2 right off the bat there, Kenny. 3 points. They double up Whitwell and Smith at 8-4. Great hands by Coop right there. Now she's feeling it. And they're within 2 of taking this match here. This third game was shaping up to be close, and now Coop and Duvillier pulling away. Good pressure dink there from Lee Whitwell, going cross-court hard. Much needed side out. They did not need to have a match point on the paddle of Andrew Coop and Jocelyn Duvillier.
Yeah, and that's a great use of space. A couple of deeper dinks, a couple of sharper angle dinks.
Good talk from Whitwell. Smith wanted to hit that, but I think Whitwell would have put a paddle to the back of his head if he did. That's an aggressive play there from Pat Smith. That would have been close to going out, but you have to play that right there.
Yeah, and there's a huge difference in that shot, though, from what he was doing on the opposite side of the net, right? Up before the side change. It took his time, got set up, and went for the rip.
Great timeout here from Duvillier and Coop as Whitwell and Smith rattle off 3 straight really quick points. And now just like that, Kenny, right back in this match.
I mean, who would have saw these huge ebbs and flows and waves of the match coming, especially after game 2 there.
Yeah, exactly. And then going into game 3, you know, Coop and Duvillier jumped out again, and they jumped out to a 2-0 lead. I say jumped out. It was a 2-0 lead. Then it was close, and they were tied at 2, tied at 4, and then all of a sudden they go on a run 9-4. But then all of a sudden now 3 points rattled off from Smith and Whitwell, and now we got a game.
Yeah, I mean, those unanswered points are always the toughest ones to come back by. When you go 13 unanswered points, you never know what's going to happen.
No. So they'll come back in here 9-7, but Whitwell and Smith serving actually 7-9 on the one.
7-9-1.
Smith asking why he's driving that ball.
9-7-1. 9-7-1.
Oh. DeVilliers just throwing his hands up in there. He's sick of Pat Smith hitting the tape. Oh, he misses it. Just overhits it a little bit. And just like that, Coop and DeVilliers have a match point here, 10-7-2. Nice job there from Pat Smith, being aggressive on that ball.
Yeah, I think what we're going to see in the next couple of points here is a little bigger sense of urgency, especially from Lee. She just tried to throw in an Ernie there, and I think we're going to see that a little bit more here come down to the final stretch of the game.
7-10-1.
Oh, trying to be too cute. Good hands from Whitwell in the first two, but just couldn't work that ball down. And it just kept getting higher and higher, and DeVilliers just gets on top of that. And another match point here for Coop and DeVilliers. Oh, Coop had the ATP all day right there.
There's too many things to think about, I think.
Yeah. Great angle from Smith on a big point right there. They hold off that third match point.
That's a super smart way to be aggressive from Pat Smith. With that drive down the middle, it's keeping him in a better position to play the next ball, and it's making it so that Lee can be in a better position to put a put away on that second shot too. And it pulls Andrew in the middle of the court and opens up the angle perfectly.
Oh, Pat Smith
trickery
behind DeVilliers going inside out. Great shot right there, and they're within one here, 9-10.
9-10-1.
A loose return from Jay there gets us.
Wow, and is it a timeout? No, just a little towel off here. 10-10 in game 3.
You know, that was smart from Andrea there. Hold on to the ball. Byron can't call the score.
Just like that, after holding off 3 match points, they have their first match point. What a turnaround here, Kenny. It's unbelievable.
That's wicked. That is wicked.
It is. It's nuts. I mean, you think they're down and out right there, and just you don't think they're going to be able to fight off 3 match points. They do, and then just turn that completely around, down 8-10, and now they have an 11-10 lead here with a chance to win this match.
Yeah, so I mean, let's talk about this, Dom. I mean, obviously, Pat and Lee didn't just wait for the opportunity to happen. They went out, attacked it, and got after it.
Yes.
But, I mean, in terms of this level versus the recreational level, how do you think they changed the strategy? Was it something that they went 100%, we're going to crack down the walls no matter what, or did they formulate a plan, play within themselves, and finish the points off smartly?
I think it was a little bit of both. You know, they got aggressive when they needed to, but they didn't force anything. You know, there are times when you can kind of get in there and force that. When you have match point against you, you can't force anything. You have to let it come to you, and they did that and did a really good job of fighting off those 3, and now look at where they're at.
11-10-1.
11-10-1.
That is it, 12-10. Whitwell and Smith come back and take out Coop and Duvillier after losing game 2, Kenny, getting blanked, 11-0. I mean, and bouncing back and winning a close one, too. It wasn't like they blew away with the second one. It was a close one. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, that's a huge win, especially with the swings of momentum throughout the entire time that those 2 teams were on the court there. You didn't know what was going to happen, but, I mean, it did not look good for Whitwell and Smith after game 2.
No, I mean, basically you and I are like, we need to do something different here or else this is going to be over pretty quick. But it does end there. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, I will talk with Whitwell and Smith and see what might have happened in that second game. Don't go anywhere.
Sports, where a passion for pickleball, performance on the court, and the preservation of our planet come together. We designed our paddles with a TerraGrit surface texture to maximize spin, ergonomic octagonal grip, and a BioFlex face that is stronger than fiberglass, offering better vibration dampening than carbon fiber. It's a paddle you can be proud of. We created the first ever sustainable high-performance paddle, made 100% in the USA. That's what we are made of. What are you made of?
Priority shift from rush hours to slow breakfasts. From busy schedules to scheduled downtime. And as life happens, shifts and surprises are sure to follow. At Priority Health, we'll always be ready to shift with you. From complicated policies to ones written by humans. From a plan for 1 to a plan for 3. Because your priorities have shifted, maybe it's time your health insurance did too.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again, until you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
Battery's dead again.
I got you.
Oh, thanks, Ben.
Man, I'm still hungry. Oh, there you go. Thanks, Ben. shoot.
Oh man.
Here you go.
Pickleball cocktail.
Thanks, Ben.
Oh, man.
I got it. There you go.
Thanks, Ben.
Pickleball is an easy game to play, but it's a difficult game to master. There's so much you can learn from the camp, the correct way to hit a dink, the volley, the serve.
And at NSP Pickleball Camp, no matter what city that you're in, you're going to have the same experience from the same level of instruction.
We cover all aspects of the game, not only just the strategy, but the skills and the mental game.
Each skill that we develop within the students' games is then implemented into live play.
They can take home easy, simple ways to remember how to execute a shot.
The social aspect is great. It's a really tight-knit group. Over 3 days, you really get to know each other and build those relationships.
They can meet a lot of other players to expand their playing circle and find partners for tournaments.
It's a good challenge for you to see where you match up against other players.
If you like the game of pickleball, you will like a camp.
Everyone is going to have a great time. It's going to be well worth their while.
All right, we are back on championship court with Lee Whitwell and Pat Smith after their semifinal victory over Andrea Coop and Jocelyn Duvillier. Guys, game 1, close game. Game 3, close game. Game 2.
That was a barn burner, that one.
Yeah, it was a tough one. You win the first one in a close one. You come out, you have that momentum moving forward, but then all of a sudden the momentum kind of fell off in that second game. What happened in that second game? 11-0, Pat.
Well, that's a first for me. I have to admit that one. Yeah, it was quicksand, honestly. You know, we made a couple of errors early on, and it kept one coming up the other, one coming up the other, and it just, we couldn't stop that train.
Yeah.
And it was a very weird match because we were down the first game, and then we got actually pretty lucky. I had 2 neckos on my drives that one tipped Andrea's paddle, the other one kind of tipped. She got it up and Lee hit her. Lee went beast mode on overhead and on set point, so we got a little lucky to pull that one out, I have to be honest. And then, yeah, we made a couple of easy errors and we couldn't stop it. I don't know. That's all I can say about it.
Yeah, I thought at some point you said, have you checked out the sites in Grand Rapids? And then I started thinking about top 10 things to do during that second game. And then it was like we just couldn't stop the bleeding. I think we tried to force things a bit too much, and we had the momentum coming in from the first game, and I think we just tried to force it too much, and then started bleeding, and then it turned into a full-on hemorrhage. So
they also didn't make any errors anymore. I mean, they were flawless pretty much.
Yeah,
and
they played fantastic in that second game.
They was a beast. I mean, he was flying in like crazy.
So then going into that third game, they really have all the momentum after an 11-0 win. What changed for you guys? Because then it was a pretty even match in that third game.
So at one point in the third game, Patrick just looked at me and said, we're not losing this, and it kind of scared me a bit. So I thought, at 9-4, he said, we're not losing this. I'm like, well, I can't let him down, right? Yeah. So we had to podium.
Yeah, and you were down 9-4, and then all of a sudden you start creeping back. What are you thinking when you're down 9-4? They're 2 points away from the match.
Honestly, at that point, I was just like, just swing away because there was nothing else to lose. I mean, we had a good start in that game, and they came back roaring. And I mean, again, I was like, oh, here we go again, second game all over. And we were able to catch them and get 3 quick points. I had a drive and another one out of no man's land, which I never really do. I was like, just screw it, just hit it. We got lucky with that. Jay missed the return, I think, and we won a dink battle. And then they took a timeout, and we got 7-9 side out. We held them, which was important. I think we got 1 point. They got 1 point, 7-10, and then we held them
3 times. You held them 3 times.
3 times. 8-10, then side out, held them, and then we won 4 in a row, I think.
Yeah. So they took a timeout, but yeah, we kept our momentum after that last timeout. So.
Well, congratulations. Put you in the winner's bracket final, guaranteed podium, going up against Steve Deacon and Callie Smith. So we'll have that match coming up shortly, probably. So congratulations, guys. We'll take a quick break.
Gregor shows the money.
We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have our next match here on Championship Court. Don't go anywhere, guys.
So this is one of my favorite paddle, the V530 Power. It's a great paddle. It's perfect for the transition when you're a tennis player. One of the features that is so good about it is the fact that it's so close to a tennis racket in terms of shape. It's not circular, as you can see, it's more rectangular a bit. For me, it was a game changer for my serve, for just so much power generated because it's a bit heavier in the head. And then when I go to the net, I have a good balance here and I can be aggressive. It's so good as well for resets and for dinking, but mostly to put away the ball, you know, to create a lot of power. So it's just a perfect product.
Elders, helpers, and Engage Pickleball love the fun we have and the friends we make playing and teaching this great game of pickleball. We proudly sponsor the 2021 Beer City Open, an APP event in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and welcome all participants and online spectators. At Elders Helpers, we say, live on your own with a helper in your home.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again, till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
Revlin Sports, where a passion for pickleball, performance on the court, and the preservation of our planet come together. We designed our paddles with a Terra-Grit surface texture to maximize spin, ergonomic octagonal grip, and a BioFlex face that is stronger than fiberglass, offering better vibration dampening than carbon fiber. It's a paddle you can be proud of. We created the first ever sustainable high-performance paddle, made 100% in the USA. That's what we are made of. What are you made of?
All right, we're back here on Championship Court. We have a Martina Coakley, Rob Nunnery versus Lauren Stratman and Dylan Frazier matchup. This is a consolation matchup. And what is at stake here is one step closer to the bronze medal match. Winner of this match will face off against the winner of Corinne Carr, Adam Stone, taking on Andrea Koop and Jocelyn Duvillier. This game is a 1-game-to-15. So Diane Unitich, our USA Pickleball certified referee, on court. Coakley and Nunnery doing a great job of battling back through this bottom half.
Yeah,
we heard firsthand they were down 9-1 was Coakley and Nunnery in their last match against Maggie Ramenzi and Rob Davidson, and they came all the way back to win 15-12. And then we saw Stratman and Frazier in their last match when they went down to Callie Smith and Steve Deacon in 3. So we'll see how they respond too, coming off of a loss, and Coakley and Nunnery coming off of a comeback win. So you would think the momentum would be on the side of Coakley and Nunnery, but we'll see as we get ready to start this game to 15. The young phenom on the court, Dylan Frazier. looks like everybody's almost set.
Doing some last-minute strategizing over there between Nunnery and Coakley.
Yeah. Diane Unitich calling the 15 seconds. Again, just to remind you guys, 1 game to 15 here on the consolation side.
And this first point is everything.
Yes, it is. It really is. Starting off strong here in this game to 15. When that's all you got, Kenny, is 1 game, it can get late really early if you get down. Whoa. And we're going to start off playing some out balls, keeping them in. We'll go from there.
They're setting the tone for the match.
Yeah, they are.
It's even with that miss, though. Now it's, hey, is Rob going to do that more often? Or almost caught it.
Yeah.
So a little miscommunication in the middle there. Frazier started to step forward before that ball even landed, and small error from Stratman.
Wow. Some great digs from Coakley, too. She's just standing there going, what more do I got to do here?
Nunnery having to work really hard to get up to the net.
Frazier there. Again, off to a nice 3-0 lead for Stratman and Frazier. That's the start they wanted. Frazier off of Coakley, just too strong. So 5-0 lead here for Stratman and Frazier, exactly how they wanted to start here, Kenny.
Yeah, and it really is setting the tone. I mean, up to 15 seems like a long way, but even being 5 points down, it gets into the opponent's head, or it gets into your own head of, hey, what do I have to do to get back? Like, how do I claw back fast and do it easily?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, you're a third of the way there. You know, that's in Coakley and Nunnery's head. You know, they have nothing on the board right now, and your opposing team's a third of the way there. So now, does that kind of creep in? Do you get tight? You know, this is where good teams excel, when they're down and can battle back. And we've seen it numerous times, come back from greater deficits than 5. But if they're going to do that, they got to do it now.
Yeah, I mean, some of the points have shaped up very oddly, or very strangely, where Martina has been left kind of flat-footed, not really know where the ball is coming from. And a lot of that has to do, I think, with how Dylan hits the ball.
Oh, just tries to float that back. Misses by about a foot on the baseline.
And we're on the board.
Yep. Need one. Got to start with one. Oh, Coakley getting on top of that.
And there was a huge difference with that point, too. If it wasn't, hey, Rob jumped, I don't know where I'm going. It's she had a plan in her head of, I'm going to attack this next ball and keep us in there.
Just long off the tape from Nunnery. Quick side out there for Coakley and Nunnery. See if they can add on to the 2.
You know, there is something to be said for having to come back from a 1-9 deficit in the last match for Nunnery and Coakley. It's hey, we might come into this match a little flat, a little tired. I think we have seen that on a couple of these points where it's just a couple of loose shots, loose returns.
Yeah, it's taxing to come back and do that, you know, to come all the way back like that and then have to come back and keep that energy up again. Oh. Just his hands. His hands are disgusting. I mean, it's incredible what he does and what he can do and how he controls it. Dylan Frazier.
And you know what the thing is, too, is that, like, I know a lot of people who would come in here and say, you know, he's 19. Ooh, just long. Who would say, oh, he's 19. Like, he's young. He's got the reflex of a young stud. But that stuff is learned.
Yeah.
You know how much work he's probably put into that, whether it's on a court or doing a secondary activity that goes into the hand-eye?
Yep.
Oh! Our cameraman.
Right in the side of the face. But yeah, I love how you point that out, Kenny, because it's so true. When you talk about people get frustrated with all the players that come in tennis and have so much success right away. And they're like, how do they have so much success right away? They're just learning the sport. Well, they're 21. They've been playing tennis since they were 4. And so that stroke and that strategy and that kind of muscle memory is learned over 15 years.
Yeah, and that's... Oh, that was a good
great
speed up through the middle.
Yeah, great split down the middle from Stratman, and they will change ends here on their terms, 8-2.
But that goes into every walk of life too, not just sports, where it's the talent versus effort. Like, I'm either really talented and I'm amazing because of that, or I work really hard and I'm amazing because of that. But
yeah.
I mean, those two are almost one and the same. Hey, if you have a routine and you come into the day and repeat that same routine every single day over the course of the year, then that skill, that talent that you were working hard on is gonna become a higher level no matter what.
Yeah.
Like,
I've played, all my life, played years and years of baseball with guys who were incredible, major league players who couldn't explain to you what they're doing, right? And then I've played with average players who could break down things like nobody I've ever seen. And so it's not always the best players that can explain what they can do. A lot of times it's given talent that they have, but then it's, like you said, those guys that work hard and put the work in too.
And a lot of the times when people are looking at this, it's just simple stuff. If you come out and you hit 100 dinks and that was a firefight that ended in Stratman and Frazier's favor. But if you come out and you're hitting 100 dinks every day, and granted it might have to be more, but you're setting up hey, I'm going to only hit these 6 inches over the net. Wow.
I mean, he doesn't even take a backswing on that. That is all just forearm flick down the middle with some pace. And I say some pace, it's a lot of pace. Oh, Coakley sitting on that forehand.
A little unlucky on that net clip right there.
Stratman adding insult to injury, going ATP just for good measure. And they are cruising here up 9.
I mean, this one's hard, Dom. I mean, what do you tell a team like Coakley and Nunnery here, where it just seems that all of these points are coming down to three balls? Is it as simple as, hey, make more in the court?
yeah, and that's it. And like even right there, Frazier knew Coakley was earning, so he sped it up, hit a drive down that line. She wasn't going to be able to do anything with it. Nunnery had to come over and try and do something. Just pure frustration from Nunnery and Coakley. Back, and it is a match point here. 14-2. Coakley calls a timeout, but in this case right here, I never want to count anybody out, but right now with the way that Frazier and Stratman are playing, it almost seems to be like prolonging the inevitable at this point.
Yeah, there really has not been, after those first 5 points came to a close, there really hasn't been many unforced errors coming off the Stratman and Frazier side of the court.
No, not at all. And when they got it going, they got it going, and that's what they're doing right now. Firing on all cylinders, trying to get into that feeder match to the bronze medal match. And the return of serve error goes long from Coakley, and it is a 15-2 dominating victory for Lauren Stratman and Dylan Frazier. I mean, they just had it going on from the get-go there, Kenny.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're happy about that. Obviously, I know Coakley and Stratman have played multiple tournaments together, and they're good friends, and you hate to see a match end like that, but I'm sure Frazier and Stratman are very happy with the fact that they played a long, grueling 3-setter, and they can come into this one now, conserve a little energy moving into the next rounds.
Yeah. Well, Kenny, it has been great all day with you. I really appreciate you joining me all day. We had a blast. We'll see if
awesome.
We'll see. Lee's supposed to be in here. I don't think she's going to make it. She's out there playing and is kind of busy. And if you get permission, love to have you back with Johnny Germstad, who's coming in with me next. So we'll see if you go get permission or if you got to go eat. So
I have to ask the boss.
But Kenny, we really appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun, and hopefully we'll get you back here in the next match. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, thank you for having me if not.
For sure, for sure. So we're going to take a quick commercial break. I'll talk to Frazier and Stratman, and then we will have our winner's bracket final coming up. Don't go anywhere. Dylan Frazier, consolation match victory over Rob Nunnery and Martina Coakley. A nice bounce back after a grueling match against Callie Smith and Steve Deacon. You guys bounced back nicely, 15-2. What was the difference there, because you were just cruising from the jump?
I thought we were letting Dylan answer.
We'll talk to him in a minute.
Difference, I mean, we just played solid, didn't make a lot of mistakes, started really strong. We've had a few slow starts all day today. We also played them in the first round, so we had like a good idea of like our game plan, and yeah, we played well.
Dylan?
Yeah, I think get those first couple matches out of the way, so we're playing pretty confidently now, and just play consistently.
Yeah, it seemed like you guys jumped out really quick, really early, had a game plan, you stuck to it, and just never let them back in. Now moving on, you're one match away from the bronze medal match. What does it mean to get back in the hunt for a medal here today, Lauren?
I mean, we knew after our heartbreaker that we could come back around, so we're just going to take it one point at a time and fight. And Dylan and I are a new partnership, so it's been fun. Like every match, I feel like we got a better and better groove. So I'm pumped. I'm excited.
And Dylan, playing with Lauren, it is kind of a nice matchup. You guys playing together. It's a good partnership. What do you think about playing with Lauren?
I really love playing with Lauren. Yeah, she's just super consistent, got very quick hands, very solid, all the way around. No, playing great.
She says she's very mental. I think they have a good partnership, done well so far. One match away from getting in the bronze for these guys. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have that winner's bracket final right here on Championship Court. We'll see you guys shortly.
Pickleball is an easy game to play, but it's a difficult game to master. There's so much you can learn from the camp, the correct way to hit a dink, the volley, the serve.
At an NSP Pickleball camp, no matter what city that you're in, you're going to have the same experience from the same level of instruction.
We cover all aspects of the game, not only just the strategy, but the skills and the mental game.
Each skill that we develop within the students' games is then implemented into live play.
They can take home easy, simple ways to remember how to execute a shot.
The social aspect is great. It's a really tight-knit group. Over 3 days, you really get to know each other and build those relationships.
They can meet a lot of other players to expand their playing circle and find partners for tournaments.
It's a good challenge for you to see where you match up against other players.
If you like the game of pickleball, you will like a camp.
Everyone is going to have a great time. It's going to be well worth their while.
Go again until you strike just right. Until the ball sings. Until the other guy blinks. Until the court's clear and the sun sets. Until you see it in your sleep and wake up swinging. Go again. Until you can't miss. Until you can't lose. Go again and again.
Opened up in September of 2012. We were draft only for the first 2 years. We went up to 14,000 barrels with just draft before we ever went into package. Whether you're into hops, you like malt, sour beers, fruit beers, we try to create a lot of different products. Quality and consistency is what we strive for. When it comes to brewing, we have a lot of different tools in our toolbox. We're not going to put out a bad product, and that when they try us, it's not a risk. At Parent Brewing Company, the passion for innovation and the commitment to quality comes through in every sip, every time.
Elders, helpers, and Engage Pickleball love the fun we have and the friends we make playing and teaching this great game of pickleball. We proudly sponsor the 2021 Beer City Open, an APP event in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and welcome all participants and online spectators. At Elders Helpers, we say, live on your own with a helper in your home.
Priority shift from chasing time to chasing sunsets, from family trips to backyard adventures. And as life happens, shifts and surprises are sure to follow. At Priority Health, we'll always be ready to shift with you. From a member number to a first name basis. From complicated policies to ones written by humans. Because your priorities have shifted. Maybe it's time your health insurance did too.
Grand Rapids, Michigan, home of the APP Beer City Open. Winners bracket final for you up right now. Callie Smith, Steve Deacon taking on Lee Whitwell and Patrick Smith. Winner into the gold medal match. Loser will drop to the bronze medal match. But it's podium for both of these teams no matter what. But neither one of them want to drop down and have to fight their way back from the bronze match to play for gold. So going to be an exciting match here. Callie Smith and Steve Deacon coming off a little bit of a longer wait as they played the first semifinal. Lee Whitwell and Pat Smith coming off the court maybe about a half hour ago. So we'll see what the little bit longer wait time for Smith and Deacon, if it has anything to do with how they start this match. We really appreciate you guys being here with us all day today for mixed pro doubles. Tomorrow we will have men's and women's pro doubles, followed on Sunday with men's and women's pro singles. But we got 3 more matches for you today. Our winners bracket final right here, followed by our bronze medal match and our gold medal match here on Championship Court here at Belknap Park in beautiful Grand Rapids. It is beautiful today, about 73 degrees, sunny. Can't beat this weather considering it's about 100 degrees back in Florida. But they are getting ready to start here. Marsha Fresso on the call for this winners bracket final. Marsha getting these guys ready to go. How much time are they taking, Marsha? There's Marsha says they're taking a long time. You, Lee. Yep. Players are ready, it looks like. But we are wrapping up day number 3 here at the APP Beer City Open. Great weather today. We've had pretty much sunny and 70s all day. Tomorrow looks like it's going to be another beautiful day. Sunday, a chance of some rain, but we'll see what happens. Marsha bringing in the players for their final briefing as we get set to start this 2 out of 3. Looks like Whitwell and Smith will serve to start this game 1. Whitwell and Smith taking down Andrea Coop and Jocelyn Duvillier 11-9, 0-11, 12-10. Yes, you heard that right. A 0-11 game 2 against Coop and Duvillier. Whereas Smith and Deacon take down Stratman and Frazier 11-2, 10-12, 11-9. But here we go, Whitwell to serve to Smith. Just wide there, and Whitwell and Smith on the board first. Deacon a little late getting to the kitchen line. And a 2-0 lead here for Whitwell and Smith early in game 2. Good talk from Smith. Whitwell leave that. And does seem like Smith and Deacon kind of working things out here in the first game after their layoff. Wow, what a job from Pat Smith, just moving Steve Deacon inside and out. Great work, and out to a 5-0 lead here to start the match. Good spot from Pat Smith right there. And a timeout here from Smith and Deacon. Down 6-0-2 to start this winner's bracket final. Whitwell and Smith haven't given up the serve yet, so Deacon and Smith haven't even had a chance to serve in this winner's bracket final yet, so we'll see if this timeout they can kind of slow down the momentum of Lee Whitwell and Pat Smith. Thank you guys for joining us here in Pro Mixed Doubles Day here at the APP Beer City Open. We're on championship court for this winner's bracket final. Both these teams undefeated on the day. Winner will go to the gold medal match. Loser will drop to the bronze. We'll see if Deacon and Smith can stop Whitwell and Smith as they've opened this match. Haven't even given up a serve yet. And there's the hold they're looking for and needed. Whitwell, there's that forehand Ernie that she loves and is looking for. And the only way she's able to do that is with the confidence of Pat Smith being there to cover. Oh, great dig from Steve Deacon right there to keep them in that point, and they get off 0 and on the board 1-6. Just like that, quick side out. Whitwell and Smith looking to add to their lead. Good cover there from Whitwell. Unfortunately, just too much Deacon. And good resets there from Callie Smith and Deacon too, after Pat Smith attacks 3 or 4 straight times. Nice patience there from Deacon, waiting for his opportunity to attack in the middle on a good setup there from Callie. Just misses wide, has the open sideline, but again hits it too hard. Just like that, Smith and Deacon right back in it here, 7-7 after Whitwell and Smith had all the momentum early. Deacon and Smith answer, tie it up here at 7. Again, this is our winners bracket final here on Championship Court. Mixed pro day. Tomorrow we will have our men's and women's pro doubles, followed by men's and women's pro singles on Sunday. But before any of that, we have the winner of this going to the gold medal match. Loser will drop down to bronze. But a good timeout from Whitwell and Smith after taking a commanding lead. But Smith and Deacon able to answer. And now we're all tied here at 7 in game 1 of this 2 out of 3. Oh, nice shot from Callie Smith down the middle. Good find. Again, the key to that, not overhitting that, but finding the hole. And just like that, Smith and Deacon take the lead here in game 1 after trailing the whole game. Oh, Callie gets the roll off the tape. And just like that, it's a 9-7 Smith and Deacon lead after it looked like Whitwell and Smith were going to be in control this whole game. Nothing going Whitwell and Smith's way right now. And a game point here for Smith and Deacon. Good inside out there from Whitwell. And a big side out to hold the first game point. Nice setup there from Lee Whitwell. Pat Smith will get all the credit for the put away, but that's the Whitwell kind of inside out at Callie that forced her to pop that ball up and put the ball away. Great reset. Oh, Whitwell goes for the Ernie. I think if she may have gotten her paddle up, there was a chance she hits it, but she lets it go thinking it's going out. It doesn't. Second server. Oh, Whitwell gets exactly what she wants in the middle with the big forehand. And it's a second game point here for Smith and Deacon. They fight off another. See if they can hold one more and get a side out. Down 10-8. Watch that middle flick for Callie. No, it's not there. And again, Whitwell and Smith hold off. 2 more game points. At this point, you have to get your thirds in. Thirds have to go over, especially when the other team is staring down a game point. And Whitwell and Smith fail to get either one of their thirds over. And that is a lost opportunity to get any closer. 10-8 here. And Smith just a little over aggressive there, and they will, Smith and Deacon, that is, will take game one 11-8 after Whitwell and Smith had all the control early on in that first game. But we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have game 2 for you. Don't go anywhere.
Until you strike just right. Until the ball sings. Until the other guy blinks. Until the court's clear and the sun sets. Until you see it in your sleep and wake up swinging. Go again. Until you can't miss. Until you can't lose. Go again and again.
What? All right, we're back here on Championship Court. If you guys don't love Boxcar Productions, something's wrong with you. So these guys working hard or hardly working back here all day. Randy Coleman, Ariel Butler, Kyle Salenko doing a great job of having way too much fun back here all day. So game 2 here. Great job of Callie Smith and Steve Deacon coming back in that first game. An unforced error again from Smith. Early 2-0 lead for Callie Smith and Steve Deacon. Nice spot there from Pat Smith down the middle. Stop that little run by Smith and Deacon. Oh, great work from Whitwell on 2 great blocks, but unfortunately just a little too much Steve Deacon. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what he said, but he was not happy with what the execution of his shot was, and it's a 2-0 lead. And that is pure frustration after the last mistake. And combating it with another. Great job there. Much better from Pat Smith being under control and hitting those, and then letting Whitwell finish right there with that big lefty forehand. Oh, Smith changed his mind there. And Deacon serving with a 4-0 lead. Good job of Whitwell and Smith, keeping Smith and Deacon back as long as possible. Just Smith and Deacon keeping that ball in play no matter what, and creating the unforced error. Good leave there from Callie Smith, and it's a quick side out again. Oh, Callie Smith with the attack backside on Pat Smith, and a timeout here down 5-0. Pat Smith visibly frustrated with the outcome of, not outcome, but so far in game number 2 of this winner's bracket final. Again, thank you guys for being here at the APP Beer City Open in Grand Rapids, Michigan. We have our winner's bracket final for you right now on Championship Court. Winner to gold, loser to bronze. So winner will be in the driver's seat for the gold medal with that game to 15 in their back pocket. But it is not over yet. But Smith and Deacon do have a commanding 5-0 lead here in the second game after taking game 1 11-8. After Whitwell and Smith jumped out to a 7-2 lead. in the first game, but Smith and Deacon went on a 9-1 run to end that first game. Let's see if Whitwell and Smith can slow down Smith and Deacon here in the second game. And doesn't look that way after the timeout right now. And Smith and Deacon add to their lead, going up 6-0 here. Unforced error there from Smith, and they just don't have an answer for Callie Smith and Steve Deacon at the moment. Much better control there from Pat Smith to get that side out. That's what we need to see a little of. The aggressive yet controlled Pat Smith. Just nothing falling right now for Whitwell and Smith in this second game. Nice Ernie there from Lee Whitwell, set up beautifully. And I'm on the far side, so it's hard for me to see, but we got a foot fault from Lee Whitwell on that Ernie. So no point. Deacon serving. Whitwell trying to make something happen there. Almost a little frustrating. And Pat Smith walking back to the baseline, almost laughing, saying, you know, we got to play loose here. Just loosen up and see what we can do. Try and get back into this. Right down the middle. Beautiful put away from Pat Smith. All right, let's see if Whitwell and Smith can try and get something together here. The whole key to these is our third shots. They're not getting their thirds in right now. And another third in the net for Lee Whitwell, who wants me to make sure I say hi to her mom, who's watching right now. And off the net, unfortunate for Smith and Whitwell, and a side out to Callie Smith and Steve Deacon. All right, they keep staying in this right here. Smith and Deacon been at 7 and 8 for a while. Oh, they needed that one right there. Problem is they get these side outs right now and they are not scoring. need a third to be in here and work their way up and get in a point. That's what they need right there. Now they're in it. Smith plays an out ball here. Pat Smith, that is. Unfortunate. Would have been way out, but second server here. Trying to crack that 0 and get on the board here in this second game. Just body language from both Whitwell and Smith. Not good, kind of hunched over, visibly frustrated with everything going on at the moment. Pat Smith trying to check that up. Unfortunately, can't get it over, and Callie Smith and Steve Deacon add to the lead in game 2, 9-0. Wow, Callie Smith, full sprint ATP, absolutely beautiful. Deacon waiting for her as she comes back. And Callie Smith will serve this, try and serve this out, 10-0. What a get. Pat Smith congratulating Callie after she hit that. Lee Whitwell ends that idea of Callie Smith flipping down the middle really quick. A little miscommunication in the back there, and Whitwell and Smith hold off a couple match points. Oh, Deacon off the tape. Whitwell with a little stare down. Unfortunately, going Deacon's way. Whitwell a little excited about that first point on the board. Let's see if they can get a rally of their own going here, but needs to happen quick. Down 1-10. And Pat swinging at that. He's right there for that block of the Ernie from Steve Deacon. Unfortunately, sails long, and it is match point again for Callie Smith and Steve Deacon. Match point here again for Callie Smith and Steve Deacon. Oh, ball kind of flattened out there. Unfortunate for Whitwell. And Callie Smith and Steve Deacon will take game 2, 11-1, and advance on to the gold medal match. Lee Whitwell and Pat Smith will drop down and play in the bronze medal match to earn the right to come back and play Callie Smith and Steve Deacon. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, I will chat with Callie Smith and Steve Deacon. Don't go anywhere.
is an easy game to play, but it's a difficult game to master. There's so much you can learn from the camp, the correct way to hit a dink, the volley, the serve.
And at NSP Pickleball Camp, no matter what city that you're in, you're going to have the same experience from the same level of instruction.
We cover all aspects of the game, not only just the strategy, but the skills and the mental game.
Each skill that we develop within the students' games is then implemented into live play.
They can take home easy, simple ways to remember how to execute a shot.
The social aspect is great. It's a really tight-knit group. Over 3 days, you really get to know each other and build those relationships.
They can meet a lot of other players to expand their playing circle and find partners for tournaments.
It's a good challenge for you to see where you match up against other players.
If you like the game of pickleball, you will like a camp.
Everyone is going to have a great time. It's going to be well worth their while.
My favorite paddle is the V520. It's more of a control paddle, which is great for my game because I'm certainly known as more of a defensive player, but it's still great for hitting a hard serve and drive the ball well from the transition area and from the kitchen. Go ahead and drive it at me. I'm ready to block it into the kitchen. I can roll it or I can slice it. Either way, I feel like it's gonna go in. With the soft feel of the paddle, I can dink all day. So go ahead and try to out-dink me.
Elders, helpers, and engage pickleball love the fun we have and the friends we make playing and teaching this great game of pickleball. We proudly sponsor the 2021 Beer City Open, an APP event in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and welcome all participants and online spectators. At Elders Helpers, we say, live on your own with a helper in your home.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again, till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
John Germstead, owner operator of the Birch Lodge, 732 Michigan Street in Grand Rapids. On behalf of my great staff, come join us.
All right, winners bracket final done. Callie Smith and Steve Deacon advance over Lee Whitwell and Pat Smith, 11-8, 11-1. First game, Callie, 11-8, a tight match. You guys were down most of that match. You came back, you were down 7-2, tied it at 7, took a 9-7 lead. They took a timeout. What were you thinking kind of as you battled back throughout that first game?
Well, we were thinking that we were second at the beginning, just made too many errors. So I said less errors and let's switch it up a little bit. So we stopped reverse stacking and just played consistently, and they started making the errors. So that I feel like the consistent shots set more balls up for us, and then we were able to put them away.
And Steve, talk about like you guys, so you guys have been reverse stacking a lot of today, and then you switch it up. I've always said a sign of a good team is a team who can make adjustments in game. So you guys make that adjustment in game right away, and it pays dividends for you guys. You know, moving forward, you know, you guys be able to make those kind of adjustments moving forward like you did there.
Well, for sure. Like we kind of chatted briefly about the game plan for this one, and we thought we could play it the same way we played Lauren and Dylan. But what ended up happening is it kind of went against us. We started really slow. I think I made a few drop errors, and we just kind of came out flat. So we said, hey, why don't we just switch it up a little bit? And it really worked. And I think, you know, having 3 or 4 different game plans and being able to change those quickly on the fly, like you say, it can save matches. So it's I thought Colleen and I did a great job of recognizing when the wheels fell off the bus a little bit there and making a quick change on the fly.
You guys did a great job making adjustments. Puts you in the gold medal match. So you're sitting pretty right now. You got the 2 out of 3 with the 15 in your back pocket if you need it. So congratulations. I'll let you guys go. Get a little relaxing break here. Hydrate. Maybe grab some food. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be off for a few minutes here until we get that bronze medal match on court. Maybe about a half hour or so, but don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be back shortly with that bronze medal match.
Fun pickleball content. Eddie and Webby on YouTube.
Go again until you strike just right. Until the ball sings. Until the other guy blinks. Until the court's clear and the sun sets. Until you see it in your sleep and wake up swinging. Go again. Until you can't miss. Until you can't lose. Go again and again.
favorite paddle is the V520. It's more of a control paddle, which is great for my game because I'm certainly known as more of a defensive player, but it's still great for hitting a hard serve and drive the ball well from the transition area and from the kitchen. Go ahead and drive it at me. I'm ready to block it into the kitchen. I can roll it or I can slice it. Either way, I feel like it's gonna go in. With the soft feel of the paddle, I can dink all day. So go ahead and try it out, dink me.
Elders, helpers, and Engage Pickleball love the fun we have and the friends we make playing and teaching this great game of pickleball. We proudly sponsor the 2021 Beer City Open, an APP event in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and welcome all participants and online spectators. At Elders Helpers, we say, live on your own with a helper in your home.
Go again until you strike just right. Until the ball sings. Until the other guy blinks. Until the court's clear and the sun sets. Until you see it in your sleep and wake up swinging. Go again. Until you can't miss. Until you can't lose. Go again and again.
I'm John Germstead, owner operator of the Birch Lodge, 732 Michigan Street in Grand Rapids. On behalf of my great staff, come join us.
Pickleball is an easy game to play, but it's a difficult game to master. There's so much you can learn from the camp, the correct way to hit a dink, the volley, the serve.
And at NSP Pickleball Camp, no matter what city that you're in, you're going to have the same experience from the same level of instruction.
We cover all aspects of the game, not only just the strategy, but the skills and the mental game.
Each skill that we develop within the students' games is then implemented into live play.
They can take home easy, simple ways to remember how to execute a shot.
The social aspect is great. It's a really tight-knit group. Over 3 days, you really get to know each other and build those relationships.
They can meet a lot of other players to expand their playing circle and find partners for tournaments.
It's a good challenge for you to see where you match up against other players.
If you like the game of pickleball, you will like a camp.
Everyone is going to have a great time. It's going to be well worth their while.
I haven't even had time to look to see. I think there might be a way. I just got to talk to Eddie that they might have a program that they can rip it off of. So I'll look for them.
Yeah. So really, though, they haven't paid us yet. So if we don't get it done, I just say. Yeah. But I would. It's it's advertising Grand Rapids, and it'd be good to have it. So there's the list. We don't have I Love Pickles. Revlin and these guys were okay. Vulcan was okay. Onyx got Priority Health was okay. Yeah. He had some of those. Perrin was okay. Paddle Tech was great. Yeah. So it's really just experienced GR and McClure's, and I think Ken's going to email you some because Head's not supposed to be on there, but you'll get something from Thierry. So all right, thanks, Kyle. I'll leave that for you.
What Ken sent me? What did he send us that one day? Let me see what he wrote me.
Again, never stop playing.
Yeah,
you had that. They were on there.
He didn't put it in the email that he put it in was just something random. It wasn't like he didn't put it in the subject line. Yeah.
Never stop playing was on.
So all I have is Never Stop Playing, LSI, Babylon from him.
How about Pickle Play?
This is all.
Yeah, there was no file.
Pickle Play was one that, now they're not a sponsor of ours, but they're a sponsor of his. So
this is the email he sent me. These are the set of commercials you need to advocate Pearson. Never Stop Playing, Sports, LSI, Babylon.
They're going to touch base with it. Do you have a Pickle Play anymore?
I don't think I have the actual commercial. They might have the commercial.
Well, just for us to get experience, somehow get in there and McClure's, that's...
Yeah.
McClure's wants to be the official pickle of pickleball. They just came on 2 weeks ago.
All right.
And I don't know what it is. I put one of their banners in the background. I could see from home. It was a little screen, so... Thanks, Scott.
Yep.
Do we have two refs here?
Is your phone ringing, Randy?
Yeah, it's Terry. I don't know.
Yeah, he's calling because the mics were on.
Really?
I just turned them off.
Oh.
I just got a text. I guarantee that's what he was calling for. I got a text from Nova saying the mics were off.
Turn them off. It's only been
They're off now, right?
No, they're on now. We got them now.
We turned them back on.
Hey.
Oh, there we go. Oh, what mics?
I just walked up to the booth and they said they realized it and turned it off, so.
Which mic are they listening to? Is it that one?
Well,
What's
that's
that one?
delayed, but.
Is that one?
Okay.
What number is that one?
Okay. All right.
That one.
Thanks.
That
so
one?
much. Thank you.
Back here at Belknap Park in Grand Rapids, Michigan for this Pro Mixed Doubles bronze medal match. We have Andrea Coop and Jocelyn Duvillier taking on Lee Whitwell and Pat Smith. I am Dominic Catalano, and joining me for the next two matches, I don't know how he snuck in here. I don't know who let him in here, but somehow John Germstad is in the booth with me. Johnny, local legend here in Grand Rapids, owner of the Birch Lodge, the ever so famous Birch Lodge. Johnny, thank you for joining me.
Oh, well, thanks for having me. It's my pleasure. It's an honor.
I mean, we asked for CJ and we got you. So it's you're the next best thing, Johnny.
Yeah, and you don't have a bouncer.
No, I know. We need security. I don't know how you got by. Well, Byron's not that fast, so you just slither past him.
Right.
And that's how you got in. So.
Well, I'm not fast either, so I can't believe you didn't catch me.
But Johnny, thank you for joining me. You are like one of the, let's say, pioneers of live streaming. You were live streaming U.S. Open matches back like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I remember you standing on a fence just live streaming, asking me to come over and say a few words, and I'm like, who is this crazy guy? And then look where everything has come to. It's just totally different now.
This is so awesome. You guys are doing a great job, and that's all I wanted, because I'm no good at this.
Oh,
Maybe
please.
you should throw me out of here. But I'm telling you, this is what I saw many years ago, that, especially when Facebook started opening up the live feeds.
Mm-hmm.
The potential was there, and I had to twist a few arms from USA Pickleball to do a couple matches in Royal Oak, and that's kind of where it took off.
Yeah, it really did. So, we thank you for doing everything that you've done with, USA Pickleball and live streaming, but we're getting ready to start this bronze medal match. Whitwell to serve to Coop. Oh, unfortunate there, and we got a rematch here, Johnny, of an earlier semifinal where Whitwell and Smith won 11-9, 0-11, 12-10. It was a heck of a match earlier.
It really was. And I got to say, I've not seen Whitwell play much.
Yeah.
But she's played lights out today. They had one hiccup earlier, but she's played lights out, and she's such a great defensive player.
Yep, she really has. She's really come on the past maybe 6 months or so with her game and how well she's playing. It's great to see. Just a little too much there from Pat Smith, going wide. And Coop and de Villiers take a 2-0 lead here early in the first game. And this is exactly what happened in the last match, Johnny. You were watching, Smith and Whitwell struggled to get anything going together, and they still can't seem to find that rhythm.
Yeah, it's been a long day for them. They just lost a step or two.
Yeah, they really have. Well, they get that second server here. That was a gift for his partner tomorrow. Probably wants to save that for him.
Christmas in July.
Yes, it is. That's a nice shot there from Pat Smith, and a good setup there from Whitwell, slowing that up, resetting that, and allowing Smith to have that opportunity to put that ball away. Oh, tough shot there, and Jay, known for those little inside outs and misdirects and kind of funky shots there. Oh, so Jay was putting up the out sign the whole way until it lands, and he goes, okay, that was in.
Yeah. So, Dom, you think the shadow on the court is affecting some things there in this?
I just noticed that like 2 points ago and hadn't said anything, but yeah, I think that does come into play, Johnny. I mean, you play, and when you're on a court that has shadows, it does affect play. Doesn't make it as easy.
I always throw that excuse right in my pocket.
Absolutely. We gotta use whatever we can, right, buddy?
That's right.
So just like that, Coop and de Villiers take a 3-0 lead, and Whitwell and Smith answer quickly with a 3-0 run of their own. And I've seen that too much in the past two matches from Pat. Either that third or the fifth, just not having enough on it.
There's really only a light breeze in Pat's face, but I don't think it's affecting it much.
No, not much at all. And what you're seeing is, as like you said, Johnny, these guys have been playing all day, and first thing to go is your legs. And if you got no legs under your shot, everything becomes short.
That ball's out.
Oh. Whitwell or Smith could have hit that. And I think Whitwell wanted it. That's why they're kind of laughing. She was like, I wanted to hit that. I set it up. Let me take it.
Their eyes were all bugged out.
Yep. And her overhead is just as good. Nice little flick there from Coop down the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Whitwell just misses that. That's a great shot. Just a little too much on it. I love the idea, though.
Right. Oh, nice pick.
Oh, what a firefight there from. It was all Jay against Pat Smith and Lee Whitwell. Love that right there from Whitwell, getting DeVilliers moving.
Going right back at him.
Yeah, and then Pat just doubles up in the same spot. Beautiful shots. Oh, great job. And Pat recognizing that DeVilliers was creeping more and more and more into that middle. He just goes right behind. Beautiful shot.
You seen any strategy that's different from the earlier match?
No,
so
nothing.
Far?
It's pretty much straight up and not really focusing on one player or another. Almost kind of playing what's given to them. You are seeing Whitwell try and go behind DeVilliers a couple times when he gets too far in the middle. She knows she's not trying to hit it for a winner. She's just trying to keep him honest.
Right. Stay over there.
Yeah, get back on your side. Match like this cannot have those return to serve mistakes. Those are free points all day.
You can miss 3 or 4 serves and nobody cares.
Yeah, nothing changes. A little too much there from Pat Smith, and he's done that a few times today where he's gotten paddle on ball in the right spot, but instead of 50-60%, he goes 100 and tries to rip that and crush that. Ends up way out. Just too many unforced errors from Smith and Whitwell right now, and they are still struggling a little bit here.
You just can't seem to let it go.
No.
Just got to get on to the next point.
Oh yeah, you know just as well as I do, John, that pickleball is a short-term memory game. If you have a long-term memory, that rolls over into 3, 4, 5 points, and now you're in trouble.
He laid off that one.
Yeah.
He did. He just put it where he wanted to put it.
Exactly. Placement over power. Oh.
That's just not cooperating.
Yeah, no, and Smith just puts his hands up because the last match they played too against Smith and Deacon, they had a bunch of those that just didn't go their way. Oh, just nobody there.
Nice look.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just playing with him, he's seen that before. And to say the same thing about Pat, De Villiers earlier when they played tried to do that backhand Ernie, and Pat Smith's just sitting in the middle where he always hits it because he sees it. Good spot there from Pat Smith, and see if they can get something rolling here. They just do not seem to be in any sort of rhythm, and it's been like this for the last match and this match.
And it's not like it's a couple points. You can just, at this point, a timeout's not really going to get that out of your head.
No, it isn't. It really isn't.
Between matches is when you should get it out.
Exactly. And they did sit. They sat for about 15, 20 minutes in between their last match and this match, and that's the time to get that out of your head, reset, clear the mechanism, and come back in and see what you can do. Second, third in a row that Coop has missed. He hit double Ernie? Wow. Really?
You've seen one of those in a while.
All right, Jay, I see what you're doing. Good work.
We feel you.
Yeah. It was just like you yesterday, right, John?
Oh, for sure.
Good finish from Pat Smith. Nice. He was determined to finish that point himself.
Right. You need a few more sparks like that to clear the head.
Mm-hmm.
She stepped back, anticipating something different. Didn't work out.
Great hands by Pat. Pat has some of the fastest hands in the game. Great counter from Lee Whitwell on the attack from Andrea Coop.
That was very nice.
Coop will typically stay in that and force you to try and do something. She tried to force something there. And a good timeout here from Coop and de Villiers as Whitwell and Smith pull within 2 here. Johnny, you've been around the game a long time, with USA Pickleball. You guys were with USA Pickleball for a while. CJ, was high up in USA Pickleball. You guys have done so much for the sport. Talk about how long you guys have been in the game.
Oh, gosh. Oh, it's probably been 8 or 9 years, maybe 10.
Yeah. You don't even remember now.
No, I don't. That's old age.
But you guys have done so much for the sport, not only here but nationally. We see you guys everywhere. And how did that come about, going all over? And
well, it really started out as my wife CJ entered the ambassador program and ran up the ranks, and then she was the director of ambassadors, and then which was on the board, and then vice president. So
yeah.
It's all about her, essentially, at home and in the pickleball world.
Yeah, as always. But yeah, you guys have done so much for the sport. We all appreciate that. But a lot of people, all these newbies, they don't know. We're the old school guys, right, Johnny?
The OG.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, I appreciate you saying that.
No, absolutely. And when I first started, down in Florida, you guys were some of the first people I met, down there. And you guys come down and visit and play, and everybody thinks pickleball's so big, but yet it's a small community.
It really is.
Everybody knows everybody.
It's a family.
Mm-hmm. Wow, what a point right there. I mean, when Lee Whitwell starts grunting, you know that point's getting intense, because she's usually a quiet, more reserved player as far as that goes. Not there.
Maybe that's what they need right here.
Yeah, and they're within 1 here.
The pendulum has swung.
Yes. Great job, and I think both de Villiers and Coop thought Whitwell was going to hit that, and she let it go, and it kind of took another second, and Pat comes in and sweeps in and takes that, and now we're tied at 9 here.
Yeah, good luck catching up with that ball. Oh,
wow.
Beautiful Ernie there from Jay.
That's what he does, makes things happen right there. Had to stop that bleeding right there. Got it right there. Good ball.
It's a good stop.
So he tries to pull that ball back across his body. That's a very tough shot. You just reset that flat right in front of you and then recover. But now it's a game point on the paddle of Andrea Coop. Nice job.
Yep.
Pat was screaming at Whitwell, let it bounce. Well, they hold 1 game point right there. See if they can tie this up here. 2 chances to do that.
I got to say, their confidence is back. Don.
Yes, without a doubt here, John.
Facial expressions, their play.
Yeah, I mean, it was
they're back in it.
It was 4-4, and then all of a sudden it was 9-4. And then they came all the way back, 5 straight, tied up at 9. Now we're tied at 10. Figure 8 drill here.
Great defense.
Wow, Whitwell's fired up
That's
here.
What we've seen from Lee
That's
all day.
That's exactly it right there. And just like that now, tides have turned, and it's a game point here for Smith and Whitwell. Johnny, what are you seeing? What's the difference there from Whitwell and Smith now as opposed to when they were down 9-4?
I just think they've broken out of their funk. I don't know how they've done it. They've broken out of it.
Hey, whatever works.
I wish I could emulate that.
Don't we all? But
I've been on a 2-year funk when it comes to pickleball. My body's a little broke.
Well, thank you guys for joining us here at the APP Beer City Open in Grand Rapids, Michigan. I'm Dominic Catalano here with John Germstad. Johnny, you and CJ have one of the best little nooks here in the area. Tell us about the Birch Lodge, buddy.
Oh, it's just a great little spot. You know, some people call it a dive bar, but you know, we're a little neighborhood bar. Great food, you know.
Yep. I can attest to that.
Yeah,
yes, you guys do.
I don't think that's negative when they call it a great dive bar. But
nope.
It's a great little spot, about a mile and a half from here.
And a game point here for Pat Smith and Lee Whitwell.
Oh, we had the I formation going on there.
Pat almost looked at Lee going, I almost took your head off.
One more chance here. And there you go.
That'll do it. 12-10. Whitwell and Smith come all the way back after they kind of started off slow, John, in that first game.
Yeah. Get your popcorn, Dom.
All right, so, Johnny, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will have the start of that second game. Welcome back to Championship Court. Dominic Catalano here with John Germstad. Game 2 of this bronze medal match. Whitwell and Smith find their groove, and the end of that first game to take it 12-10. But Johnny, Pat came right over here after this, after that game, and said, "We're going to try and figure it out on this side." Because this side has been the death of them.
Has it?
Yeah, every time they've been on this side, they've lost. So they need to fix that. And they have right there, because the last time they played on that side, they didn't score 1 point.
The best way to fix it is just to talk about it.
Yeah, exactly. Get it out in the open. Let's see if they can get on the board on this side. Oh, Whitwell's right there. DeVilliers almost pulls off the tweener right there. Good leave as they just keep trading side outs here. Winner will take on Callie Smith and Steve Deacon in the gold medal match coming up relatively quickly after this match right here on Championship Court.
Yeah, if we can get some points.
Yeah, if anyone can score, yeah, that would help. You hate the easy ones when you miss those.
The easy ones are sometimes the hardest ones.
Yeah. Nice little lob there from DeVilliers.
There you have it.
Yeah,
First point.
Yeah, able to get Whitwell on her back heels as she's hitting that lob. Not able to get enough on it. Oh, Pat yells at Jay, "I had you," but he couldn't execute, unfortunately.
We'll never know.
Yeah.
Oops.
Gets Whitwell in the left bicep. And the struggles continue from this side for Whitwell and Smith. They've given up 14 straight on this side. Pulls off the tweener there. Unfortunately, can't really control it. That's the hard part about that. You get one of those and it's hard to control.
Certainly looks good.
Oh, yeah. For the instant replays, it looks great.
Ooh.
Oh, trying to clip the DeVilliers face.
Yeah. His headband almost caught it.
Yeah, it did. That's his Karate Kid starter kit. Good spot there from Smith. They get the side out, but can they stop this? This is 15 straight that they've given up without scoring on this side in the last two matches. Something needs to give here, John. Not that time, though.
No. Still nothing.
Nothing. Nothing. They cannot score on this side. Can't get off the schneid here.
There's your timeout, Don.
Yeah, timeout here at 5-0.
Speaking of accolades, Don.
Oh, yeah? What do you got for me?
You know, I am so incredibly impressed by not only APP and the broadcasts that you guys have put together with Boxcar Productions. What an unbelievable thing you guys have created and what you guys are doing for the game of pickleball, especially when it comes to keeping this game in front of all the eyes that want to see these matches.
Yep. Yeah, we've done. It's a lot of hard work. There's a lot of stuff that people don't see that goes into everything that Boxcar Productions do and we do on a daily basis. I love some people just think we just show up and do it, and it's just I really wish it was that, and it's not. And the hours that these guys behind the scenes put in, you can't see the guys across the court from us on camera, running the cameras. Those guys they're standing the whole time. It's just a lot of hard work, and we appreciate it. But John, we love it. We have so much fun doing this. I mean, what would we rather be doing?
Right, exactly.
I always talk about, and I've been traveling so much over the past 2 years with pickleball. I've gone to places, John, that I've never visited in our country because of pickleball. And I'm like, it's crazy. You asked me, years ago, you think you'd be traveling the country playing pickleball? I'd have thought you were nuts.
Yeah.
Oh, great ATP from De Villiers there, and they just add to that lead at 6-0 here, and I keep saying I'm just adding it, but it's 17 straight that they have not answered. And that's the thing. And that's the thing, John. You even said it earlier. Like you looked up at the windsock, and you're like, it's not like it's gusting, and sides are a huge difference. It's just and that's a mental thing now.
It sure is, yeah.
Finally,
sense a little frustration in that overhead thing. Pat?
But again, this is and we're talking 0-7 here. It was 0-11, so it's 18 straight, and that's against this same team, Coupe and De Villiers, on this side. So now it's even more mental. Great reset by Whitwell. Just can't get it, Johnny. I'm like, the tension's building in here. Like I'm holding my breath during the point going, come on, I want them to get one here.
Do you think they're going to blame it on us?
They can't.
I would.
I mean, I would.
I always look for those outside excuses.
Right. Those shadows getting more and more prevalent.
Wow, what hands
I mean,
for
Jake,
Jay.
he just stood there. Both of us kind of mocked him right there, as if anybody can see us. But it's just he stood there, stone cold, and answers the bell right there. Andrea Coupe with the two-hander. Wow. It ripped down the line. Beautiful shot. Oh.
Jay was waiting for it.
Oh, he was. He was ready for it.
Swung and miss.
Wow, Andrea Coop with the little sneak attack
Yeah.
there. And it is a game point here for Coop and DeVilliers. Wow, Johnny. Again, elephant in the room.
Yeah.
21.
Yeah.
Just incredible. All right. Hey,
there you go.
There it is.
It's done. It's over.
Pat Smith points over at us, and
no bagel today.
No bagel today for this one, but a lot of work to do here. So he's there, he's sitting on that, just kind of overhitting, and that's what happens when you're pressing. You know, you got that pressure, you gotta score. You try and do and be too perfect, and trying to really overhit that winner, and then
just can't bring it down.
Yep.
At 100%.
Another game point here for Coop and DeVilliers. Well, they hold two more there.
Yep. See if they can string a couple together and get their confidence back.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because if they're going to come back to the side eventually.
Yes, yes. Great job by Lily Whitwell, side-eyeing Pat Smith, going, hey, jump on my back, brother, I got you. Don't you worry about it. And we talk about it, even if you don't come back this game, you know, if you lose this one, you got the game 3. Get some confidence going into that third game. Score a couple, get that confidence back.
Especially on the side.
Yeah.
Got to break that side bias.
Yes.
We don't see it. It's
right.
there somehow.
Right, exactly. Oh, beautiful backhand ATP from Pat Smith, and now they're rolling on this side. I mean, one more, maybe a timeout here from DeVilliers and Coop. Maybe 2 more. You don't want to give them too much.
Ooh.
Oh, and that lands in. Oh, Pat looking over at us going, I hate that guy. Talking about his partner, Jay.
Jay appears to be apologizing.
Yeah.
Maybe he's waving to the crowd.
And he's apologizing, and Pat's just throwing his hands up going, get out of here. And that'll do it right there. So 11-4, Coop and Duvillier answer. And Pat comes over and goes, no bagel. So we
that's
will.
A victory in itself.
It is. And so think about, moving on to game 3. It was 10-0. They fought off. It took them 4 game points to get and win the game. You're down 10-0. You lose 11-4. Going into game 3, if I'm coaching them up and I'm talking to Lee and Pat right now, I'm like, okay, look, break that game down. Go to the last part of that game. You won 4-1, right? You got 4. They had 1. Yes, they win that game, but now use that momentum going into that third game.
Right. And you're starting out on your favorite side.
Yep.
So you got to take advantage of that.
Yeah, without a doubt. Get some early, score often, and see what we can get to start this third game. Because if you start off slow here in the third game, yeah, it's trouble again. Because then you're going to end on your side that is in your head over here.
Mentally, I'm not sure if they could pull it out if they come over here being down by a bunch.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be tough. So we'll see what Coop and Duvillier have here to start this third game, as Whitwell will start serving. And Johnny, as we get into the remainder of this evening, the sun is like right in our eyes. So that's not helping any.
It's not.
No, not at all. So
maybe it's time for some better shades.
Yeah.
I tell you, Andrea Coop is playing lights out.
Yeah, she's
consistent. Just so consistent and looks for her spots.
Yes.
And she finds the spot, watch out.
Look, they just start off right away on that side. It is so in their head, it's not even funny. Wow, what hands from Andrea Coop there. Man, I thought that point was over, John.
That's 2 of us.
Yeah. Just wide there from Whitwell.
I think she wants to see that ball again, Tom.
That's a big backhand from the Frenchman right there.
That's a no-doubter.
Oh, Pat pointing at Jay, going, not anymore. No more for you. Had enough of those. Pat goes, that was right at my face. I couldn't do anything about it. That was just what would you say? Self-preservance?
Preservation?
Self-preservation.
Yeah.
That's why I got you here, Johnny. It's been a long day of talking. The English language eludes me.
There you go.
Late in the day.
You get a pass or two. Very nice.
Oh, great jump there from DeVilliers, putting the pressure on Whitwell. Kind of in between whether that ball's going to be in or out, but Whitwell can't get out of the way, even if she wanted to.
And he's so darn quick.
For a large man, he's very quick. Good drop right there, and it's a 4-1 lead here for Coop and DeVilliers.
Okay, this is where they got to make their move, I think, Tom. They got to hit 6 before the switch.
Yeah, absolutely.
They got to be the first ones there.
Yeah, this is their side. This is their strong side. They need to get something going here. If not, that head game comes into play. Nice ball right there. Whitwell splitting DeVilliers and Coop down the middle. Put a crooked number up on the board and get off a 1. Some incredible resets, though, from Smith and Whitwell in the middle of that point.
5 blocks in a row.
Yep. Some great drops.
Couple balls too high there.
Yeah. They get 1 back, but they need more than 1 or 2 here. Oh, just misses there. Unfortunate, Johnny. Clips the tip or top of the tape right there. Sails long, and now Coop and DeVilliers 1 point away from the end change. Nice job right down the line there, Pat Smith, and they hold off the end change. Like you said, Johnny, they need to get this on their terms, this end change.
It's a race to 6.
Get another there.
1 closer.
Yeah. So big, just that reach. I'm able to get some of those balls out of the air that typically you don't see. Oh, gets Whitwell in the left thigh as she turned away from that, because who wouldn't turn away from a 6'3" Frenchman's overhead?
And that's no croissant coming over there.
No, it's not.
It may be a wiffle ball, but at that speed,
yeah,
you do some damage.
Yes, you could. And they will get the end change on their terms. 6-3. Now, Johnny, it all comes down to the head game for Whitwell and Smith here. 6-3, you're down 3. It's not a huge margin, but them going to the other side, the side that they've dreaded so far today, that plays a factor, doesn't it? Has to.
It really has to. I mean, they've talked about it, so it's there.
Right. You know, they're
it's
thinking,
wandering around in their heads.
Yeah.
And they need to
exercise
that.
It's rented some space up top. It's running around in there. It's running circles. It's doing laps in your head. And that's the worst thing you can do.
It's not paying rent, evicted.
No, it isn't. But it's one of those tenants that you can't get rid of.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if they can do something here. So 6-3 on 2 here. Hey, that's a good start.
There you go.
It's a good start. Now get some points here. You make this a game here in game 3.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
that was clearly going to be a winner.
Yeah.
Clearly.
I mean, he almost took that off his belly.
What do you think, Tom? I think it was a good call.
Yeah, from here it's tough because we can't see over that line. It's really hard unless you're staring down that line. But from here, it looked like it was the right call.
Yeah, it looked more out than it did in.
I think Pat tried to sell it really well. Just the struggles from this side continue. Johnny on the edge of your seat?
Yeah. I think they need to keep the ball away from Jay. He's on fire.
Oh. And they tried right there, and Whitwell dumps it in the net. Great point, and good hands all around from all 4 players. And it's an 8-3 lead here for Coop and DeVilliers in control.
You got to call timeout now, don't you think?
Yeah, you got to burn it here.
Yeah.
And Pat puts his arm around Lee and
some encouragement there.
Yeah.
It's nice to see.
Made her laugh a little bit right there, but I don't know, they're gonna ride this out, it looks like. Oh, just everything falling here. Can't do nothing about it. And then both Lee and Pat just kind of smirk it off. And a match point here for Coop and DeVilliers. This is where DeVilliers is going to look to kind of take over. Doesn't need to.
It's Andrea's turn.
Andrea Coop ends it there. 11-3. Coop and DeVilliers bounce back after losing the first game 12-10 in a nail biter. they come back and take Game 2 11-4 and Game 3 11-3, and they will move on to the gold medal match coming up shortly against Callie Smith and Steve Deacon. That's going to be a fun one, John.
Oh, that's going to be huge.
Oh, yeah.
Stay tuned for sure.
Yes, we are going to have that for you here shortly. Do not want to miss that. It'll be our last match of today before we move on to men's and women's doubles, pro doubles tomorrow. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, I will chat with Jocelyn Duvillier and Andrea Coop leading into the gold medal match. Don't go anywhere.
Pickleball is an easy game to play, but it's a difficult game to master. There's so much you can learn from the camp, the correct way to hit a dink, the volley, the serve.
And at NSP Pickleball Camp, no matter what city that you're in, you're going to have the same experience from the same level of instruction.
We cover all aspects of the game, not only just the strategy, but the skills and the mental game.
Each skill that we develop within the students' games is then implemented into live play.
They can take home easy, simple ways to remember how to execute a shot.
The social aspect is great. It's a really tight-knit group. Over 3 days, you really get to know each other and build those relationships.
They can meet a lot of other players to expand their playing circle and find partners for tournaments.
It's a good challenge for you to see where you match up against other players.
If you like the game of pickleball, you will like a camp.
Everyone is going to have a great time. It's going to be well worth their while.
Go again until you strike just right. Until the ball sings. Until the other guy blinks. Until the court's clear and the sun sets. Until you see it in your sleep and wake up swinging. Go again. Until you can't miss. Until you can't lose. Go again and again.
Opened up in September of 2012. We were draft only for the first 2 years. We went up to 14,000 barrels with just draft before we ever went into package. Whether you're into hops, you like malt, sour beers, fruit beers, we try to create a lot of different products. Quality and consistency is what we strive for. When it comes to brewing, we have a lot of different tools in our toolbox. We're not going to put out a bad product, and that when they try us, it's not a risk. At Parent Brewing Company, the passion for innovation and the commitment to quality comes through in every sip, every time.
Elders, helpers, and Engage Pickleball love the fun we have and the friends we make playing and teaching this great game of pickleball. We proudly sponsor the 2021 Beer City Open, an APP event in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and welcome all participants and online spectators. At Elders Helpers, we say, live on your own with a helper in your home.
Priorities shift from chasing time to chasing sunsets, from family trips to backyard adventures. And as life happens, shifts and surprises are sure to follow. At Priority Health, we'll always be ready to shift with you. From a member number to a first name basis. From complicated policies to ones written by humans. Because your priorities have shifted. Maybe it's time your health insurance did too.
I'm here with Jocelyn Duvillier and Andrea Coop. She's busy running the tournament, so she is not here as of right now. But Jay, you guys played a great match there. You're playing against, someone and you're very familiar with, Pat Smith and Lee Whitwell. How is it going against someone that you know so well, like your partner Pat?
Well, it's tough. You know, he's a great athlete. He has been playing so well. We know each other very well as well. And he's very aggressive. So every time I play him, I know we're going to have a good fight. And we played today earlier. It went his way. I'm glad this time it went my way.
So you guys lose the first game of battle, 12-10. You come back, you win that second game, 11-4. So now you have that momentum going into game 3. You continued it through game 3. What mentally goes through your mind after you pretty much dominated that second game going into that third game?
Yeah, I mean, again, it might not seem like, but there is one side that is harder to play on, and we started on the bad side, exactly like the first match we played against them, and I felt like we were doing great in the first match, and we had match point, and we kind of lost momentum. This time, I told the same thing to Andrea. Even if we lose the first game, we will fight. We got the second game, and in the third game, I was like, no, this time it's time to close it out, and this time we were able to do it. So. I don't think we did anything differently. It's just the side is much harder, and you know, trying to manage as the best we can do, and from there we see.
All right, so now moving on, gold medal match. You're playing Callie Smith and Steve Deacon. What are you looking for out of that? What's your strategy going in against them? They're very hot today. They've been playing very well. What are you going to go in trying to do and trying to execute against them?
Yeah, both players are great. Callie is very aggressive, as you know, and she likes to cover her side, and Steve likes to be on his side, and he's very solid, especially in back. And I know he doesn't have a lot of matches since he was injured, but he's playing so well. So hopefully we're going to be able to move the ball around and scare them a bit, and who knows after that from what we're going to get.
Oh, and look who decided to join us. Our host with the mostest, and Andrea Coop. Andrea, just talking about that match, a great match by you guys. You come out, you lose the first game, but then you come back and dominate the second game and then win that third game. So now you get a matchup in the gold medal match against Callie Smith and Steve Deacon. I was just asking Jay his thoughts on that. What are your thoughts moving on and playing that gold medal match here in front of your home crowd?
I'm excited to play in front of my home crowd, and Callie's my partner tomorrow. She's staying with me, and we're all going out to dinner after, so we're excited for that too.
So it doesn't even matter. Well, it does matter. It does matter what happened, but good luck to you guys. You guys moving on that gold medal match. We really appreciate it. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we will have that gold medal match for you guys. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you.
Lucia Kovalova. Pickleball cocktail.
And cut.
Got it. Sweet. All right. You guys. Patrick, did you get all the shots you need? Because I would really like to go play pickleball.
Lucy, I'm making art here. Did Michelangelo take a break from the Sistine Chapel to go play soccer?
Places, everyone.
If she's got to go, I can take her spot.
There we go.
Yeah.
Fun pickleball content. Eddie and Webby on YouTube.
We are back here on championship court. Gold medal match about to happen. Mixed pro doubles. Callie Smith and Steve Deacon coming out of the winner's bracket undefeated today will take on Andrea Coop and Jocelyn Duvillier. I am joined by the mayor of Grand Rapids area, Michigan. You know, if you don't know John Germstad, well, you haven't lived here long enough. So he needs no introduction, but
I'm certainly glad I'm not the mayor.
Yeah. But who does need an introduction? We have a third. Wait, no, we can't say third wheel because we would be like the third wheel. It is Lee Whitwell, fresh off her bronze medal in the last match. She just jumps in and joins us. She was on the schedule to do the medal matches all day. Pretty presumptuous of Andrea Coop saying, hey, Lee, you want to do the medal matches today?
I know, right?
I mean, right? She was thinking you weren't even going to be in them.
No love. No love.
No love at all, but Lee is joining us now to do the gold medal match. Lee, great job today.
Thank you.
Great job. You know, the past month that I've seen you, you've been killing it on tour, doing a wonderful job.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
That big forehand Ernie is just killing everybody. Someone needs to learn to stay away from that.
Right? the bigger question is how is Andrea Coop expecting me to be nice to her now?
Right.
She didn't expect me to be sitting here today. She expected me not to be in the medal match, right?
Yeah. Right, exactly. So how are you going to be nice to her? That is the question.
I know.
I don't care what anybody says, Lee. You were lights out today.
Thank you so much.
You really were.
Mm-hmm.
It was a lot of fun playing with Patrick.
If it wasn't for this side of this court.
Seriously. Can we forget about that, please?
No, because I'm going to call it right now, and I said it on the live stream. It was 21 straight scored by Andrea and Jay on that side. But then you guys did get 4. So you kind of knocked that out of there.
Why am I in the booth with you guys?
Because we love you.
Yeah, I'm really feeling the love right about now.
Did we say it was your fault?
Yeah, it's all Pat's fault.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you for putting a positive spin on things now.
And I'm not the mayor.
You know what? You are to me.
Yeah, okay.
I like you. I like you. You're the mayor. We got the
In all honesty, though, Lee, and I talked with Jay in that last interview, and he said there is a difference in sides. And he said that is the tougher side that you guys were kind of struggling a little bit on. What was the difference on this side, this near side to us?
Other than it got in our heads, and I feel like we're playing downhill.
Yeah.
Or uphill, rather.
Right.
It's, we just weren't making the adjustments that Jay and Andrea made.
Mm-hmm.
And I think because of what happened in the last 2 matches was in our head, it was kind of hard to pretend that was our favorite side, right? It was still like, oh God, here we go again.
Right.
And it's hard to come out of that spiral, and unfortunately, we did not do a good job of coming out of that spiral.
Yeah, and it was like after the first game, you guys win, and then you guys walked over, and Pat looks right at me, and he goes, "We're gonna try and get some points on this side." Right off the bat, it seems like it's there. The elephant in the room, it's there. You didn't get any points the last time you played them, and now you're going to try this time. And then all of a sudden it was 10-0 really quick. And you're like, what the heck is going on?
Right. I mean, it was literally the elephant in the room. It's like, you're cheating on me, and I know it, and we got to address it, and we didn't, And we're going to pretend everything's okay.
Right. Exactly.
So, Lee, you're saying there's no side bias.
Not at all.
We didn't pick up.
No, at all. And
Because the only thing I can see is the windscreen on the other side is on the other side of the fence, but I don't think it's causing any glare at all.
No, I think the shadows were a little bit problematic in the middle of the game, honestly. But I can come up with a million excuses of what happened, and they'll all be plausible and very good. But the bottom line is we screwed up.
Can I, buy some of those excuses?
You can.
I need more. I've got a whole bag of them, but I could use 2 bags full.
Okay. I mean, I got them on special, $9.99 excuse. They're good.
That's per excuse, or is there a basket of excuses?
Per excuse, but they come with a 50 use per excuse.
oh, that's perfect.
Right?
I just need one then.
I mean, they're 50 cents at this point.
So, Lee, you've played both of these teams that are in this gold medal match. These were, and again, I'm not adding salt to the wound. These were your 2 losses. If you're going to lose anyone, lose to the 2 teams that are in the gold medal match.
Well, of course, yeah.
Right? But playing both of them today, who do you think has the advantage here, and what are you looking for out of this match?
You know, it's if Steve and Callie let Jay get big in the middle, he's going to cause a lot of problems for them. But then again, if, you know, Callie and Steve have their hands dialed in, there's gonna be some fast exchanges, and I expect them to go their way.
Yeah. And we are underway here in this 2 out of 3. Of course, Callie and Deacon have the game to 15 in their back pocket. Deacon just putting that ball away. Big forehand.
You know, I think Deacon coming back from injury is, on some level, is trying to reestablish himself, right, as a forefront runner, as a forerunner rather. That's a rare dink miss from Callie Smith right there.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing.
I don't think she's missed a dink since college.
You're probably right about that. What's the difference, Lee, with Callie and her, why she's so strong and just confident, you know, when she plays? Because you could see it in her eyes.
Yeah, I think she's got that that killer instinct, and also that attitude of, you can't get past me and I'm going to get the ball no matter what, right? And when she misses, it's like, oh, it's a shock.
Right.
Because she expects to make the shot, which is a great attitude to have.
Like that right there.
Yeah, she read him like a children's book.
Oh, Lee. I love that you did well, but why didn't you lose earlier?
Because I'd probably get fired from this job very quickly.
But yeah, you know, you talk about Callie, and she's got that, you talk about that it factor, you know, when it comes to a player, right? And it's just that intangible that is not teachable, right? It's that it factor we talk about, where she's got that within herself that, like you said, she knows she's going to win. But when the big Frenchman's in the middle like that, that's going to be tough for anybody.
I swear to God, he is longer from arm to arm than he is tall.
Yeah, he might be.
You know who Stretch Armstrong is? Those arms are...
Yep. I think in a former life he was an orangutan. I'm convinced. The way he moves and things he does with his arms.
One.
Oh, that's tough off the tape right there. And
yeah, but it was Andrea's tape, so it's her home court.
Right.
So, you know.
She gets that.
She knows these nets like, if only it were that easy.
Mm-hmm.
I will be called if you are ready. 2-1-1.
The thing about Callie is she just makes you play one more ball, right?
Right.
Where, you know, a lot of times the point's ended, and then you relax and it comes back.
She's staying in that zone.
She does. She just is like going to force the issue with you.
Mm-hmm. When Jay gets hot, though, that's just trouble.
Oh, his hands are so fast.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks so casual when he's doing it.
Right. Nice ball there from Deacon. And, you know, I talked with him last week in Newport. That was his first tournament back after his injury. And he was talking about how he was comfortable, but he was still hesitant. He still wasn't as comfortable as he should be. And then speaking with him earlier today, he's like, I'm not thinking about it right now. He's like, I'm just playing. And you saw last week, he struggled a little bit. And it was his first tournament back. So, you know, there's always going to be that kind of comeback, that learning curve after an injury where you're a little hesitant. Now he seems to be playing free and easy again, like the Deacon of, I want to say of old, but of a few months ago. And look where he's at today in the gold medal match.
Right. No, and there's something to say about being match tough, right? You can drill all day, you can practice all day, but once you get in a tournament, it's a match situation. It's very, very different. And I think building off of Newport, he's coming in this tournament with a lot more confidence, looking a lot more like the Deacon, like you said, the Deacon of old.
Yep.
And we can call him old because he's he's practically a senior, and 2024, he and I are partnering up, so.
There's a little gray in the beard.
Oh yeah, definitely.
He used to dye it, but now he's embracing it.
5-1-2.
Coop just misses that sideline right there.
1-5-1.
Oh, good hands off the tape from Deacon. And that's just so hard when you're expecting a ball hard and then all of a sudden it clips the tape and changes up on you. The hardest ball.
I think that's the biggest unknown in pickleball, right, is the let cords and how it really changes because we're so close up to the net together.
Clips the tape and uses it.
Oh, great hands from Jay right there.
But just like you said, though, Lee, Callie forcing you to hit one more ball.
I think she caught Deacon snoozing. He was like, "Dear diary, I'm just going to watch Callie play this point today."
Deacon getting dotted twice on the last 2 points. They're just playing very well right now, zoned in, and just doesn't seem like Callie and Deacon can get anything kind of going in a rhythm right now.
Right. I mean, they're countering well, but they seem to just be finding Jay's paddle, right?
Doesn't help that his paddle seems to be everywhere.
Yeah.
It is. It's
stretchy arms.
Somebody should check it for magnets because I think it's got a ball magnet in there. I'm convinced.
And that's just a frustration shot right there from Callie. She was trying to do too much with a ball that wasn't there. And now they're down 8-3 here in game one. Again, thank you guys for joining us here. We have our gold medal match pro mixed doubles here at the APP Beer City Open, Grand Rapids, Michigan at Belknap Park. I'm with the mayor, John Germstad, and, well, Lee Whitwell.
Not even the mayor's girlfriend. I've done nothing. I don't even get a title. He's like, oh, Lee.
And then there's...
And everybody knows Lee Whitwell.
You know, we just pulled some chick off the street and said, hey, can you put a mic on? And we're like, yeah, sure, why not?
She knows what she's talking about.
I'm like, what's pickleball?
Yeah.
Right?
That's wonderful that you were taken from underneath that bridge.
Right.
And then you played as well and commentating.
Yeah.
And you know.
Widgie Creek's own.
You dominated despite the fact that the bridge is calling.
I think I just got out from under it.
So referee error there. Oh, what a counter from Callie Smith. And most players are just going to reset that. She counters that from kneecaps. Beautiful shot.
But she also has long arms.
Mm-hmm. Are you saying you don't, Lee?
No, my arms are so short.
T-Rex?
Pretty much. Like, you should see me trying to make a bet. It's bad.
But quick feet.
Oh.
Lightning fast.
That's a good lead by Andrea.
Yeah, and that's tough because that ball's coming back at you so fast. On the counter from Smith, you want to play that so bad. Tough leave, but a good leave there. So talk about, Lee, I'm going to ask you about it. You have two totally different styles up at the kitchen. I'm going to compare Callie Smith to Jay DeVilliers, okay? Watch both of them in the kitchen. Jay is more upright, right? In an upright, taller position. Callie is in such a squatted position, nice and low. Two totally different styles, but two players who are very successful at doing that. What's the difference and why do you choose one or the other?
Next question, please. You know, it's just, honestly, it's a style choice, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think if Callie were to play like Jay and be more upright, you'd see a lot more hip hinging and mistakes coming from her. Her being able to get down low allows her to track the ball much better. She keeps moving. She's in that ready position. Whereas, you know, Jay commands his presence on the court and his hands are so fast, he can get away with being a little bit more upright.
Yeah.
In my humble opinion.
Yeah.
From not knowing what the game of pickleball is all about.
Very humble. Oh, good lead from Deacon.
That was a rare miss from Jay on that high backhand.
Yeah, he loves that. There's not a lot of people who hit a harder one-handed backhand than Jay. Will Wilson would be one of them. Hits a really mean one-handed backhand, but Jay is one of them too. I don't like that decision, Lee, from Jay.
No.
He tries that a lot, and too many people get that, and he's bringing people back up to the net.
Right.
Sometimes it does work, but more times than not it doesn't, and it just brings people up.
Yeah, they totally went from offense to defense right there because of that move.
Mm-hmm.
And Callie's super fast.
Invite them to the party.
I think she gate crashed that party. You know, she's like, yeah, no, I'm coming in.
So 5-9 here. Smith and Deacon trying to climb back in this first game. What we talked about a little bit with you guys is where you struggled on this side. That first match that you won, but you lost over here, was getting your thirds over. having to make sure you do get your third shots over.
Right. Oh, great D. Oh, good leave.
But yeah, the importance of getting that third in, as opposed to not giving yourself a chance.
Right. Rather go high than in the net, right?
Oh, what pace on that cross-court dink from Smith.
From nothing.
Yes. That ball was tight to the net.
It shouldn't be allowed. So rude.
And a game point here.
Oh, yeah. Jay left that up just a little too much for Callie to put some heat on it.
Mm-hmm. Good leave, good talk from Callie Smith. Deacon, way to listen, and a good time out here from DeVilliers and Coop as they sense that Smith and Deacon are creeping back in, which they are here at 7-10, and they're still on first server here. Lee, you're in the corner of Andrea Coop and Jocelyn DeVilliers right now. What are you telling them as far as, you're seeing Smith and Deacon come back here?
So I think what's happened in the last couple of points is, right, they left a few balls hanging up there that Deacon and Callie were able to speed up. I would encourage them to go back into that dinking game and pushing them off the line and creating some space for themselves. Like in those couple of exchanges, Callie and Deacon were right on that line and able to just speed things up and take advantage of a ball that's 2 inches higher than normal, right? Which up until now they've done a great job of pushing them back and keeping that ball a little lower.
Yeah, and that also opens up the aggressiveness of DeVilliers at the kitchen line when you push them back off of the kitchen line.
Exactly. Yeah, like right now I feel like they're playing not to lose instead of playing to win, right?
Yes, exactly.
And Deacon and Callie are playing to win.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first exchange that's gone Coops and DeVilliers' way in a few.
Mm-hmm. Great step in by Deacon right there. And that's a great read. He read that right off the paddle of Callie Smith.
And see, I expected Jay to have gone over on that shot from before. Do the same exact thing, right?
Oh, almost off his chest. Deacon almost gets that. But another game point here for Coop and DeVilliers.
I feel like they're not doing a, I feel like Andrea and Jay could do a little better job of, oh, there it is.
you were saying?
Yeah. Right. No, I think they could do a better job of stressing Deacon a little bit on their dink game. Right. They're really picking on Callie.
Right.
But if they've got great dinks, and if they move Deacon around, they could also create some opportunities for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And if they can, I think, and we saw that earlier when they would go away from Callie and go more to Deacon, they're having a little more success. So we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have game 2 for you guys.
Pickleball is an easy game to play, but it's a difficult game to master. There's so much you can learn from the camp, the correct way to hit a dink, the volley, the serve.
At an NSP Pickleball camp, no matter what city that you're in, you're going to have the same experience from the same level of instruction.
We cover all aspects of the game, not only just the strategy, but the skills and the mental game.
Each skill that we develop within the students' games is then implemented into live play.
They can take home easy, simple ways to remember how to execute a shot.
The social aspect is great. It's a really tight-knit group. Over 3 days, you really get to know each other and build those relationships.
They can meet a lot of other players to expand their playing circle and find partners for tournaments.
It's a good challenge for you to see where you match up against other players.
If you like the game of pickleball, you will like a camp.
Everyone is going to have a great time. It's going to be well worth their while.
Welcome back to Grand Rapids, Michigan. Belknap Park, home of the APP Beer City Open. Dominic Catalano here with John Germstead and Lee Whitwell for this gold medal match. Andrew Coop and Jocelyn Duvillier taking game 1 over Callie Smith and Steve Deacon, 11-9. Deacon and Smith coming out of the winner's bracket. So if Coop and Duvillier win this 2 out of 3, we will go to a game to 15. Why wouldn't we? We've been here all morning. It's well past dinner time. Look at that hands battle right off the bat, point 1. And all you get out of that is a side out.
Right, that seems like a lot of work for nothing.
Yeah. Onslaught from Coop and Duvillier.
Andrea started that, and Duvillier finished it.
Kind of like Lee Whitwell coming in hot.
Yeah, I think Andrea and Jay are going to play a little more relaxed and loose now. They're feeling it.
Yeah, I love this timeout early. I like the early timeout. You got to slow them down. There's no reason to let this get away from you here in this second game because, again, like we said, if Duvillier and Coop can win this game, then it will go to the game to 15. But Callie Smith and Steve Deacon have other plans in taking this to a third game here. So Coop and Duvillier starting off hot right here. What do you need to do to slow them down right here out the gate?
So they got to find their feet. I think they got to find their feet a little.